Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Bear with me a moment while I turn off all the extra alarms that I set. I am gonna be going live at some weird times over the coming weeks. Just maximizing uptime, you know? We had an awesome stream yesterday. Thank you again, everyone, for that. I'm so hyped to continue this run. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hey, Danny, Variable Element, Gage, Sora, Badly Dressed Onion, Guava Chips, anyone else who might be lurking about. Welcome in, early crowd. I am caffeinating. I'm gonna be totally good with words and stuff. Anyone who caught me before I went live, yeah, words, no brain, no good. Hey, Leah. Woke up at midnight, already sleepy again. You only just went live. The endless cycle. Alright, let's continue. Big Lady. Solo honor. Stay up late, start early. That's my streamer. You know it. Imagine having the self-control to have a stable schedule. Literally traumatized that I have to work at work instead of watching Big Lady. Big Lady? You said the subclass so powerful it'd be considered a Dom class. Yeah, I think so. I think we need to start reorganizing the subclasses into a hierarchy of you have the subclasses as people understand them traditionally, but then you have the Dom classes, and you even have a gray area of the switch classes. Same brain, uh-huh. Level 8, I don't want to turn in the Alfera thing yet. Tier lists are bad unless they're about which character is most likely to peg you. You're cooking. You're cooking. I mean, Karlak S tier, she canonically does it. And there's a bunch of fucking fragile people out there who thought it was a bug. Fizzleball? Yeah, Fizzleball. Okay, Buddy Balder has definitely covered this. Yeah. Yeah, like, I think it'd be easier to figure out which companions wouldn't do it. Minsk wouldn't.
This must be a brewery or distillery.
Minsk wouldn't, no. I'm struggling to think of a single other person in the camp. How you doing, Dade? But Boo would, yes. Probably not Jahira either. I don't know. Jahira would be gruff about it. She'd be like, alright, if this is what you need to get it out of your system, bend over. It's gonna be at the bottom and things pegging is pinning things to a bulletin board category. But yeah. Let's go live again already. You know it, JT Stunner. You know it. I'm normal.
Interesting times.
How long did you stream? Was it 13? It's 13 and a half, I think.
Just out of view. Bet I can crack that open.
Alright, come on. Alright now. Work right now. Hey, Magdalena, how are you? Hey, Mick. Alright, well, that darkness wore off. One of those days. Alright.
To keep going.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't have anything super relevant for that slot. It's still fine. Excuse me. Apologize. I see. Thank you. Sensei, thank you. Of course, I missed.
Expect anything. He's been cursed to the hells and back.
Should have gotten the reverb boots. Seeded all three. Rolled a 20, 17, a 10. Unfortunate. I was going for Poisoner's Ring. Worm. Didn't happen. True, Arcane Archers get new animations? Yes. Undead Slaying? I do. Oh, Purple Worm Toxin are really, really good against Norms. Contrary to popular belief about poisons, his bro doesn't resist it. Tried to inflict Mullen with Poisoner's Ring, but not having Reaper boots made that not happen. Poisons. You enjoyed Arcane Archer? It's so fun. Really, really like it. Visibald? Yeah, I don't think he would. Turns a purple worm left. Failed to push the prone enemy. Been playing Hexblade, already learned what I think is a bug. What's happening? Bursting with conversational lube. Yeah, there is such a thing as too much lube, I guess. Hey, look, Room Squirt, called in sick today. I'm having too much fun. Nice. Alright, no more purple worm right now. Use legendary resistance on that. That's amusing. Weather Wall no longer in effect? Sure. I think we're deep enough in the rabbit hole. Okay with that. Tempted to Angelic Reprieve to get another disarming shot, but I don't need that. The Wyvern Toxin. Vehemently disagree, there's too much loot. Oh, I didn't say loot. The dead life. I didn't say loot. Keep casting Blind and Hex Weapon, adds chance of you putting curse on target to cast a bunch of times. Put on someone every time you attack. Oh, it stacks. Yeah, that's amusing. Also terrifying. Yeah, I would expect that one to get fixed rather quickly. Good find. Thought that run you just did was a no lube run. What about what I did in the game? Kind of annoying with Shadow Blade. Yeah, it's one of those things that probably isn't avoidable in a practical sense, so may as well benefit. Shadowblade just being, hey, have advantage is fine. It's balanced. Hey, ET. Thank you for the 15 months. I'll provide a reminder you're awesome. Also take my money. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good to see you.
You seemed more lonely than cruel.
Just stopping by to remind you that you are awesome. Also take my money.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. The extension still boards. Do I have to, like, relink that? Is it board for anyone else? Like, other channels, I should say? Or is it just mine? Broadly?
It's been a long
Okay.
day. I need to rest soon.
Roll a 1 with advantage. The game said no. Game said no to that XP. Broadly Borked was never my nickname. Oh. You want to talk about it, or? They just add a ton of purple worm gullet in this room? I swear that wasn't there. Wait, so, you know how we were just talking about how good poisons are on Thizabald? Larian clearly fucking intends that because they leave purple worm in this room. It's all connected. It was there before? Cool.
Come on, open up.
I wonder if Noxious Fumes Piercing Shot would be fun. I mean, it'd be fun, but it wouldn't be practical because things would have to live Piercing Shot. Like, I don't intend to let that happen.
Watch how you...
If anyone was concerned about Ratbat and didn't see trade confirm it works as it did, well, there you go. Ratbat still has the bonus piercing. They fixed the gloves? Yes. They changed their trigger condition, and they now work. Yeah, unfortunately for Punch-Drunk Bastard, Shadowblade, being what it is now, did eliminate a large portion of its use case scenarios. Well, not every item can win all the time. It is in fact untrue that things can win no matter what. I don't think I ever used Thizabald's Brewed Up Belly Glimmer. It's a pretty strong poison. I personally prefer Purple Worm Toxin, but it does have slightly different, again, use cases than Purple Worm. Like, think of it as an upgraded basic poison, you know? Basic poison doesn't actually do damage. It applies poison. Well, Thizabald's is damage and that on a pretty high DC. Whereas Purple Worm is just damage.
Anything of use?
Alright, that is all the Thorms down. We could do more stuff in the gauntlet. I decided today was the day I stopped being depressed and go for a run on my dog and stop being so fucking cuddly. Let's do the library.
Nothing about it was easy.
Yeah, I do.
Overcome my trials and win my embrace.
Let's do the library. Do I go to Mount Pass level 8? Maybe I try to stretch it out and go to level 9. That might get tight. Quag the 13-hour streamer that's obsessed with big ladies. It's not an obsession, it's an appreciation. And honestly, not understanding the value of big lady, that's a red flag. Health failed, athletics failed. Okay.
On my way.
Seems to glide. Seems to have fixed a lot of the sneak janks such as... Really got me with Beckoning Darkness. Seems to work better than not getting seen automatically at lower levels. Yeah, that was never a thing. What you're describing isn't something that happened. Because, like, depending on what you mean by lower levels, well, it doesn't matter. Because if you mean lower character levels, yeah, not a thing. If you mean lower stealth levels, well, lower stealth levels is actually more consistency on getting surprise rounds. So still no. Piercing arrow is so cool.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Oh, darkness intercepted. Sad. Earlier I booted up save to make sure my game was functioning properly, almost immediately got shoved into the ocean and died. Some triggers are even when you're sneaking, no cone of vision, seeing you get spotted. Is that what you mean? Such as? Examples? I don't know of any. Look onto the top of the house, the cowboy ambush and spotted with seemingly no consistency. Yeah, that's not you getting automatically spotted. Hey Candyman, how are you? Went to bed thinking about Shadow Sorcerer, woke up thinking about Shadow Sorcerer. I'm looking forward to settling back into the old rhythm of doing a run with 12 different subclasses back to back. I don't think I'll quite be doing it in the same format as I did before because I have so many co-op runs going and planned, but yeah. I'm gonna truly appreciate the biggest lady to female half-orc Path of Giants Barbarian run. Eventually. Thing about Giant Barb is I do want some of the hype around it to cool down. It seems to be the thing outside of Hexblade that people have latched onto the most. And expectations are at a bit of a weird place with it. Because, for example, I, as someone who doesn't like long resting every 5 seconds, am not going to enjoy certain things about that. Also, there's the issue of a lot of people who haven't done optimized throw builds attributing certain power to Giant. Don't get me wrong, Giant has some real fucked up powerful shit about it, but the incorrect attribution of power is still happening. So I do want that one to discourse around that one to cool a bit before I set my toe in there. There's more things that I'm mechanically interested in than that as well. Because at the end of the day, that's Giant is just like Berserker, but not a bad subclass functionally. Yet it still has the resource problems of Berserker. It's just they make up for it with giving it a shit ton more power. So at the end of the day, meh. Counterpoint though, big lady.
Open up.
Big lady. You know, this is a good source for XP routing besides, you know, watching VODs. Oh, there's Excel sheet for how much XP things get. It's not exactly routing. This is a common question, Mystic Lion, and like, no, because how would that even be done? If you want an idea of some efficient XP routing you can do, I know you already mentioned VODs, but like the first 3 hours of yesterday's VOD, well, not the first 3 hours, the first 3 hours of me actually playing the game, so that's like hour 4.5, or no, that's like hour 1.5 through 4.5, something like that, was me getting to level 5. I got there in about 3 hours. So you could look at that, but like, it's a common question, but how would you even do a resource other than a VOD or a spreadsheet with the exact XP values of everything in the first 2 acts of the game? Like, it's too much stuff there. Hey, trade. I tried Poisoner Ring on Thizabald, and he rolled a 17, a 20, and a 10, and he needed a 10 to save. I don't have reverb boots yet, so that would have made the difference, but oh well. I do also want to go get Painful Striking. People love a step-by-step list of things to do in order. It'd be such a pain to actually make. It would also just be a waste of time, because as someone who has made a lot of resources for, you know, community stuff and build crafting and optimization in games, people don't read walls of text. They may ask for walls of text, but, and, you know, as someone who learns well from walls of text, I would use it, but by and large, people don't. You did the wall of text format, people just wouldn't read it. What people actually want is for you to jump in their game and do it for them. That's not an option. Enjoy the large bussy. The large bussy could have been bigger. You know, I'll forgive you for not making it bigger. But that's fine, you know. It's not the size, it's what you do with it. People ask for walls of text and then ask for the TLDR. Yeah, exactly. Keep DJ Helm on me. It's not time to Yurg yet. I do still have Luck of the Far Realms. Though I could technically Yurg. Sentinel Shield, I have enough initiative even. I don't have Shield of Faith. That'll be my excuse. I can go for Cloaker. Let's get Callous Glow. Get Callous Glow, actually. Made walls of text for this game. I don't think people read them, so I don't know what people want. Yeah, like Mystic Lion said, people don't know what they want. It's a nebulous, hey, I want this to be easier. Then it's like, okay, here's how you make it easier. It's like, but I want it to be easier than that. Like, well, but this is what you got. Like, no, that's not what it's a cycle that doesn't go anywhere. Trust me. I think wall attacks can work depending on the context. It came to drop percentage for certain decorations, how to farm them, didn't enjoy a written version a lot more simply for a lot easier reference to talking to others when it comes to guide. I do usually prefer VODs though. Yeah, and everyone learns differently from different sources of information. Some people are visual learners, some people are active learners. That's very much a thing. However, I can tell you again, from years of making and maintaining such text-based resources, there is nothing even remotely resembling consensus for whether people actually want to read or not. Cat, come here. Hey, denied. Want better friends. 3 of my buddies picked up the game, all quit Act 1 and said it felt like work. Some people don't want to think when they consume media. That's not the critique of people's intelligence. Of course, I could make it into that, but no, it's just some people genuinely don't want to think when they are doing things. They want that mindless entertainment. And BG3 is the kind of game that really tells you to think. Both about what you want to do with your character, about the story, about the world the game's taking place in, about the themes. The game does want you to think.
No traps, please.
As a designer, I think formatting, creating a sense of hierarchy can help with walls of text. But it doesn't change the fact most people don't want to read. Yeah. Can't play anything but BG3 now, ruined all their games for me. I'm still able to play some other games, like, you know, I play a little bit of, I'm trying to say it the way it's, like, intended. Balatro. It sounds so weird. You know, Balatro is what people call it, but, you know Um, I've actually started I'm a good chunk in. I've been replaying Jade Empire, classic BioWare RPG. I've been replaying that off stream too. Play Hades 2 updates as those come out. Still haven't finished my first playthrough of Split Fiction. Still working on that slowly. Balatro is like saying Neanderthal. Yeah, it's technically correct, but it's wrong. How much gold does it take to get better attitude max at level 3? 600? I think it's 600 Candy May. Thank you, you're welcome. Love Jade Empire, probably the game I played the most on Xbox first came out. That and Kung Fu Chaos. Jade Empire is so cool. There's aspects of it that are very hard to endure with seeing how far RPGs have come, but like, I forgive it. Forgive it. Testing Giant Barb stuff, it's kind of cool. Yeah, we were talking about Giant Barb a little bit, Trade. I was mentioning how there's some aspects of it I want to delve into once the hype around it has died down, because Giant Barb, aside from Hexblade, seems to be the class that people are fixating on most. They're like, oh, this is the craziest shit, most OP. Like, there's some really interesting stuff going on there, but a lot of it is people who have not optimized throw builds, for example, or unarmed builds, seeing things that we're already familiar with and attributing that value to Giant Barb. It does have some new shit, some really cool new shit, but I want to wait a little bit. Just like you're sleeping forever. Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't like long rest dependency. I really don't. The Giant Barb is the kind of class that be a lot more fun in Act 3. So you have the bath. Just get your rage charges back. People have been doing a ton of Hexblade. Oh yeah. The number of memes you see online about, oh, I'm gonna do a Hexblade dip on this build. It's like, I want to do Padlock with Hexblade. Like, it's very common. Now, this is one of those rare cases where people glazing the Hexblade dip have latched onto something that actually is good, because a Hexblade dip is kind of nuts value for one level with how a lot of the things are implemented. So, like, they're right on that one. Hey, Chaotix, how are you? Changed my plans, wasn't gonna do that, but yeah. Like, Hexblade Dip can still be used in interesting ways. Like, the whole Clarcher thing, I do think it has a place there. Because, you know, we love Hex. We love baseline Warlock kit. And then Hexblade adds Hexblade's Curse and some cool spells, especially for archery, depending on how many levels you go there. If you did, like, 8-4 Death Hexblade, I think that could be a really interesting archer build. It's a cut above Berserker for sure. The fun button's still your rage. Yeah, like Giant Barb is easiest summed up as Berserker if it wasn't a bad subclass. And I know some people are getting irrationally angry at me calling Berserker a bad subclass, but it's shorthand for me saying Berserker has 90% of its value tied to one button, then the other 10% tied to another button that you won't click because of that first button. And then that's all gated behind bad action economy to get that going, and then long rest resources. It's inefficient. It's extremely inefficient. But that's a lot more words than just calling it bad. I know I'm running Swashbuckler. I was thinking of either dipping a few levels at the locker bar and then a red Hexblade gets for just one level. Know what I'm picking? On par for a barb, though, an efficient barb would be a little weird. That's not true at all, Sentinel, because Wild Heart is incredibly efficient and can be made efficient in a lot of different ways. Wild Heart does not have any efficiency problems at all. Even if you don't go Honey Badger, Wild Heart gets enough value out of features outside of their rage that it doesn't have these problems. Wild Magic even has features outside of its rage. It doesn't have that problem to the extent that Berserker and Giant do. So, no, that's just a perception issue. In fact, IRL to be a barb running around the world now, efficiency is what I expect there. Well, if we look at, for example, the 2024 Barbarian rules for tabletop D&D, a lot of the changes were made to make a Barbarian more efficient, so that you aren't stuck in a loop of, well, I don't have rage charges, I can't play the fucking game. Or we're not in combat, so my rage doesn't do anything. They made a lot of changes to how the class works to allow you to, actually have a class. We're getting Smart Hulk? No, not necessarily smart, but like, you get to have a class. I know for a lot of players, they like tying up their value in one feature and then expending that resource and having nothing to do. Paladin players who think it's good. Barbarian players who don't see the value in having things outside their rage. But there's a lot of other players who want to be able to click more than one button and to be able to actually do a variety of things over an extended period of time. Unarmed attack, it's not a saving throw. You attack on some monk things you want. Yeah. A giant barb kick? Yeah. It's interesting. Tried Rogue Monk Hexblade for dex-based attack, lower res. Couldn't get to work. Binding weapon kept reducing my damage. The monk passive wasn't overriding it. The dexterous attacks wasn't overriding Hexblade Bind. Interesting. It does with Pact of the Blade Bind. I suppose I should test to verify that it actually overrides with Hexblade Bind. Maybe it works differently. Good shot, Denied. Another thing on the list. Hey, Urban Mech, 2014 Barbs just raged the class. Yeah. You need the dex version? Oh, yeah, so you do need your dexterity to be high enough. Only with monk proficiency weapons? What weapon were you trying to bind? It does still need to be a non-two-handed weapon. And you do need your dex to be high enough. Your dex could be equal to your strength and it'll still work. Equal to or higher than. Greater than or equal to. Yeah, that's... I can't words yet today. You know what I'm trying to say. Hey, Anna. Look forward to trying Arcane Trickster Rogue, Booming Blade, and Shadow Blade. Yeah, Arcane Trickster got some extra cantrips. Eldritch Knight did too, because Wizard spell list expanded. So, cool stuff for them to mess around with. New spells and cantrips. Fucked up the Raft routine. Oh well. It happens. Tried Rapier. Strength was 10, Dex 16. Okay, then it needs more investigation, because that should have worked. You get Raft to go to camp. You need to interrupt your first conversation with him. They'll have a short rest, even. There are more Moonrise? In this condition? Maybe. Shadowblade now full spell? Yes. It's now part of the Wizard and Warlock spell lists. Might be on Sorcerer? I don't remember. Wizard and Warlock definitely have it. Hey, Sal. Switch extension borked? Yeah. I think it's borked for everybody.
Very well. You did. She gives them to you fully formed.
Spell Infernal Iron.
The Salute
Already did everything we could with it.
loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Still have 3 short rest potions. It's probably fine. Doesn't work for patchy subclasses, still works for older subclasses. I really hope this isn't like a Borderlands 3 situation, where end of game content cycle they just never fix the stuff the extension doesn't work for. I really hope this isn't that, because I've been there. Apparently I lied yesterday saying you could put things in a bag and trigger inventory. So a couple people reported having issues with it, so it works perfectly fine for me. But you are not the only one who had issues with it. So there's something weird. I just don't know what. Did not know Shadowblade gave advantage to everyone not illuminated. Yeah, so when they fixed that passive not working at all for anything except slicing short swords bleed, they also accidentally made it just a stat stick where you just get advantage on all attack rolls against creatures that are lightly or heavily obscured. Even, it says with this blade, it doesn't mean using this blade. It means just at all.
Softer than a whisper. Should mind my step. Right tool will do the trick.
Shadowblade from Arabella's ring, still concentration, not anymore? Not anymore. You don't even need to keep the ring equipped anymore. That's the Shadowblade I have right now. I put on the ring, cast the spell, unequip the ring.
Let's see what you're hiding. I can take what I please.
It's quite silly, if you ask me. Like, Shadowblade ring is now at an absurd level of power relative to other things. It doesn't have any drawbacks associated with it anymore. Just, basically, if you don't save Arabella, reset your run. That's how good Shadowblade ring is now. Just reset your run. You're, like, less than an hour in, probably. Just reset. Thinking what else I could do in this map.
How's the barricade coming along?
Didn't fight the Measles yet,
It ain't pretty.
but I'll wait on that. I do need to figure out how to optimize and best set up curving shot looping. So basically, if I take curving shot and bursting arrow here, if I miss a bursting arrow, then I miss the curving shot. I react to that with at the cost of action plus bonus action, or at the cost of attack roll on my action plus bonus action, I gain 1 arcane arrow, a net gain of 1. I need 1 to initiate this loop, but I can net gain 1. So I'm thinking with Countermancy of high AC targets, while I have disadvantage on attack rolls, I could do that reliably. I just haven't put too much thought into how to do that. I'll have to give that some more thought. Should call them bussin' arrows. Bussin' arrows. Bussin' arrows with bussy oil could be a lot of booms. What if I... Let me save. We're gonna go to the Mycted Colony, so I can get Shield of Faith and also check vendors and stuff. Glomp the Looter should be in place in Goblin Camp too, so I can check him for stuff. We're gonna get some Act 1 stuff together, and then we're gonna enter the Shadow Curse lands, or excuse me, enter the Mountain Pass from the Shadow Curse lands. Should allow me to save the exploration spot for a little bit longer.
Mind my step.
That'll be nice. Love Druid, 1 is jump, 2 is dash, 3 is main and attack, 4 is enhanced leap, 5 is long strider. You keep out long strider?
I do enjoy a good
I
if anything in my private
usually just click it and then put it in a section of the bar where I don't have to look at it anymore. But that's just me personally. Do need a Misty Step scroll. I haven't had one in a while. Do I have a Cloud Kill scroll? It's been a bit since I've gotten this far in the game without having any Cloud Kill scrolls. I like having one for the Crush for doing the traditional Cloud Kill mad dash through, you know?
Welcome back.
What's up for discussion?
I greet you, son child. May your trap...
Cucumbered. Or my backpack icon's weird.
Well,
Yeah, let's get some more bossy. Mind having some more invis. I guess I'll take a guileful movement in case I don't want to put on the ring.
keeping the old turnip.
Send you good gobbo vibes. How you doing, Messy?
What to do? If not over, then through.
Check Aaron. Don't really have the money to feel like doing that. Let's check Galam.
I want to have a word.
How you doing, pal? Look, there is lots, but I've got scavenger's rights, so it's all mine. If, unless you're willing to trade for it.
Alright, cool. Could fight the spider while I'm in this map. Don't really feel like it. Gith Patrol. Right, I haven't done anything with Gith Patrol. Excuse me.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Hey, Urban Mac, thank you for the 50 months.
Armanite, Vanderhob, Choldrith, Dragloth, Eidolon, Firenewt, Gauth, Hydroloth, Jublex, Cord.
Thank you very much, as always. Without TTS. Hey, RBF.
A dragon. Gods preserve me. Fall by my hand. Never wanted the easy path. All right, time to skulk about. Another step forward.
Community, appreciate you.
Blood follows me everywhere. I'll feel that one later. Better be cautious. What path lies before me? Anything of use?
Cutscene.
No.
Oh, hi, boss.
Facing that lot would be.
Alright, we're gonna go to Last Light, then we're gonna come back here. I'm gonna try to disarm Voss with the Battlemaster shot, because I think that's funny. Or maybe not with a shot, maybe I do it in melee.
Place gives me the creeps.
It is most certainly asking for trouble. I think that's funny. I'm not even gonna use the sword. I just feel compelled to do this. Maybe I would use the sword for the Zathis. No gapers in chat.
Time to press ahead.
Got your gay right here.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Yeah, cryptic.
Yes, Kithrak. We shall find it. Another step forward. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Cakes have fun.
Well, he saved. He rolled barely enough. Hey, what if I... He rolled exactly enough again.
Can't slow down.
There's no point in me playing that out. Is it not teleporting right away? Because we messed around with the triggers. If you get him to spawn in, then you region travel to Act 2, and you come back, he doesn't teleport away. He's also not immune to damage. So before I burn a short rest potion, recovering from that, go fight some spiders.
Let's see.
We're gonna go back and try to disarm him again. We'll have 2 more attempts between our martial maneuver and a trident. But I do wanna get some more stuff done before I refill resources, because we have 7 arcane arrows. May as well use them.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. On my way. This calls for careful footwork.
Poison resist ring. Yeah, let's go Stormy Clamor here.
Deep and move. I feel a breeze.
Hey, Krakus, there goes the BPU. It's going. It's going. Oh. Got her a drop poison.
These boots have seen everything.
Ape. 4-turn gaping wounds, thanks to crossbow expert. Next curving shot. Hey, Manatee. Gaping matriarch.
Fall by my hand.
Heard about the Hexblade bug? You know that's not very specific 2D, dude, but I'm assuming the one where you just keep rebinding your weapon and Hexblade's curse chance keeps stacking up. Far from the only Hexblade bug, but that's the one that chat has talked about. I'm assuming someone made a video on it, and that's why everyone's talking about it now. So you can curving shot special arrows. That's what just happened. I missed the arrow of lightning here, but the AoE here still happened. And then I curved the shot and sent it at the Phase Spider Matriarch. So Arcane Archer special arrows are funny. See, I still hit the AoE on everybody here. Must have been added to the wiki, yeah, okay. Wiki mentioned, yeah. Yeah, Trader, you still here? Yeah. Fire arrows. Marco, Bussy, curving shot. You intentionally miss a fire arrow. And you curve it with your bonus action to get an entire extra fire arrow out of it. Double fire arrow. The thing about curving shot is it is once per turn, so we don't really benefit much from getting an extra bonus action. I was thinking about what if we did grit and got a second one, but first chatter. Hey Woodsy, I can finally go live. Let me Want the matriarch to move? Shot missed. The arrow that just missed. Yeah.
Can't even catch my breath.
I shouldn't click that shield. I just got annoyed by the pop-up happening. I kind of wanted to save that shield. That's okay. And that didn't cost an acid arrow at all. Because I'm pretty sure I only had 5 when I shot, right? And I still have 5. No, I had 6? Okay, I had 6. Okay. So, it still costs 1. But I still got 2 out of 1. I'll take it. Did it cost 1? Cool. Thank you for confirming. Curving shot auto crit, you're just good at the game? I'm just good at the game. It might be an underflow issue. Like, if I'm missing on a nat 1, the curving shot might be looping back around to a 20. The game handles some things that way. Sometimes many target arrows are handled that way, for example. Doesn't seem willing to move. Did I leave my moon lantern somewhere? No, I didn't. Illuminated. Alright, that confirms. It's not my damage. Yes, Kevin, hello. I wanted to confirm that the entangle here is not my damage, and it's not. It's not your? Yeah, it's not your. Curving shot's so cool, man. Well, I still have some die. Red caps?
Don't want to draw any attention. That's a friendly-looking shadow. Better be cautious. You blink and the whip.
the second 1 in 400 failure of the day.
Need to find a way forward.
Or just roll better? I should. It's a good idea. Play halfling 5 has no thank you. Oh, earlier it's the hexblade bug. If you keep binding your using the hexblade bind, the chance to apply hexblade's curse on a hit stacks up. So you can make it effectively guaranteed. I think it's already like 50% chance to begin with. So it's a little silly. Crossbow expert's nice. It goes up to 87.5. Yeah, that's pretty silly.
Let's have a look.
89.5. There you go. Still have 2 arcane arrows. I guess there's still Filro. But there. I'm trying to spend all my resources before I drink a short rest potion. I likes to roll her toy balls off the bed and then look at me like it's my fault. It is. Why'd you let her do that? Silly human. That's what call the cops. This is kitty neglect.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
What do you think, Kevin? What do you think? He doesn't seem to have any thoughts on the matter.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Good idea, I think. These boots have seen everything.
Yeah, silently judging from the chair next to me. Filro gape.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Arcane Archer's kind of badass. It's so cool. Really big fan. Still partially... Oh, no, it's not illuminating now. Cool. We're good. She knows she's sick with it. That lean back. Yeah, brace arcane shots. Very cool. Very spicy.
I don't need any attention right now. Softer than a whisper. With haste.
Hey, Kat. How's it going? It's going well. Arcane Archer is a lot of fun. We took down the spider. Well, we tried to disarm boss. Failed. He's still chilling there. So we went and spent my resources in a couple other fights. Gonna kill this Hokor and then try to disarm boss again. I don't know why. I just kind of want the sword. I don't need the sword. I'm really not gonna use it. But I just want it. Is that weird? It's probably weird. Is EK tier? Yeah. Discord's so messed up. What happened? It's not about getting the sword, it's about sending a message. Really consider trying to find some kind of padding for my bedroom doorframe because my cat likes to run so fast in the room she sometimes lands inside the doorframe where she'll hurt herself. Yeah, I like the idea of some padding there. Every time I fail to disarm, I'm never going to do another attempt. You need to take some extra steps, Zan, so that he doesn't leave. It involves region traveling. So you need to get access to Act 2 without getting access to the mountain pass.
Moving in.
And then you can come back and do some roundabout stuff.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Trying to disarm boss too. He has crossbow. I don't have spectator flask. What can I do then?
Now I just need a
So sometimes he has his crossbow equipped instead of his sword, and I don't know what causes that. You can do the steps that I mentioned of you spawn him in, so you trigger the cutscene so that boss is physically there. Then you go to the Shadow Curse Lands without going to the mountain pass. You go to the Shadow Curse Lands. Then you come back. Then the trigger that causes Voss to leave and to be invulnerable, those two things, are both not in place anymore. At that point you can get in combat with him normally. And you could get him to equip his sword if he decides to make a melee attack on something. Hey Naz, thank you for the raid. How is the new run treating you? You're doing Karlach stuff, right? Thank you very much. Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do challenge runs, mostly BG3 stuff. Playing Arcane Archer, it's really fun. I really like this class a lot. Like a lot. It's so good. The stomping's fun. Let's go. If he has the crossbow equipped, you're able to just pickpocket the sword or not? No, he still has the sword equipped. It's just not in his hand. You can only disarm what's in his hand.
never a dull moment.
A lot of gaping in this run too, so that's a plus. Yeah, we're doing crossbow expert gaping wound stuff. So we land the gape from the bow. That's 4 turns of gape. That's pretty impactful.
Nothing so far, Kithrak.
See, now he's immune to damage, but he's not reacting to me doing that. I think I need to read and travel to remove his damage immunity again. He saved on that too. He's just rolling too good. They're not surprised.
Best be on my way.
Oh. At least Beretta rolled bad initiative.
Keep looking. Someone in this wretched world has one.
Shall find.
Let's go again. Arcane Archer bad, right? People were so sure that it would be bad. It's fucking insanely good, Naz.
Just out of view.
Missed. Okay. Four with advantage.
Alright. Time to skulk about. Tempers.
Yoink.
Your thievery.
Okay, bye.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Boss isn't even in the combat here. Oh yeah, no, he is. Never mind. It's one of the other ones that wasn't joining before. Yeah, I just miscounted. Yeah, that one's not in combat. I knew it, the people would shit on it, of course. So here's something fucked up we were doing earlier. So this thing right here, the level 7 feature, curving shot, we can, whenever we miss a shot with most types of arrows we can do, we can use a bonus action to instead send it, sort of send a copy of it, at the nearest enemy. It auto-targets to the nearest enemy. But it kind of acts like a many-target fork, and it just, like, goes. And you can do that with special arrows. So, like, you can shoot an arrow of lightning at a group, and then if it misses one of them, you can spend a bonus action to just make it fork another arrow of lightning at someone else. And the AoEs are still there. What about multi-target arrow? That one's excluded. With good reason. You show character sheet? Sure. Wanted, but make it BG3. I don't want to think about how old that movie is. Is it based off a graphic novel? How old is that? Ugh, I don't want to think about that either. Yeah, we have Silver Sword now, I guess. I guess on how old for the movie? Let's go 17 years. For the graphic novel, I don't know, 20? Have you encountered a void bulb bug? I was on a high ground in drawer fight. Gabo threw the bulb. I saved. Somehow sucked me in, so I fell. Um, did it show the bulb hitting multiple instances? Like, multiple times? Like the multi-bomb bug? No? Weird. Only once? That's weird. No, I haven't had that. Movie was 2008. Let's go. Be my first honor run today, by the way. Finally got those golden dice. Let's go, V. Ridley. Congrats. Love to hear that. Mark William. Back from run walk with dog. Mental illness evaporated. Nice day. So, unironically for Gith, I should probably just have the silver sword equipped. For psychic res. Except the lower AC. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. I think this is the first time I've ever gone to the mountain pass this way. Like, for the first time. But it makes sense routing-wise.
Here goes nothing.
Any crazy new bugs yet? Yeah, there have been some. There's a Hexblade one that's very popular right now. People are always looking for new vendor cheese. There's always something.
Have to keep going.
Rolling dice determine piss strength. Yeah. Back weapon bind one. Yeah. Almost gave my golden dice before I got them. Single torch stuck through my party to bit just for bloating the area. Aw, that's real unfortunate.
Don't want to draw any attention.
I don't need that much initiative here. Change to Fistbreaker Helm, Adamantine Shield.
Best be on my way.
Gonna wait for the Death Shepherd to turn around before I make my move.
Best get in and out.
Ooh, is Curving Shot an action refresh? Curving Shot is an action refresh. Oh, that's
Light on my feet.
that seems fair. Hey, blue collar nerd. You put as many hours at BG3 as you have in Bug's life. I'm not capable of that. I got old. Curving Shot, Bursting Arrow. Let's Try brace. Piercing arrow. Nope. First thing it is. Curving shot. Cool. So I just gained an arcane arrow. Functionally. Bursting hurt you? I think so. I think it does self-damage, yeah. Did I get nauseated? I did. Antidote. One damage. Just learning antidote cures nausea. Yeah, it means you can also be immune to Stinking Cloud and its analogs with poison immunity from poison resistance elixir, or being a high level land druid, or being a high level monk. Craft another one. I don't have the mats. Awkward. I could switch to a poison res elixir, I guess. I don't really need Cloud Giant more right now. Encumbered, but that doesn't matter. Pretty funny, gives you one probably because I think you spent one you didn't for curving. Wonder if there could be use with that. Yeah, if I can consistently replicate that situation, little cream squirt, then I could use that to just refill my arcane arrows. I only need one to start with, and then I could just do that. Probably be best to start that kind of loop with 2 remaining. So I have buffer for if it doesn't go well, but...
Something good here, I hope. It's been a long...
Another one exactly.
Watch how you go. There's a...
So, Bursting Arrow refunds an arrow if you miss. Refunds an Arcane Arrow. It says does not consume, but really it refunds it. If I miss a Bursting Arrow, as a bonus action, I can Curving Shot, which will make a new Bursting Arrow. If that Bursting Arrow also misses, I get an arrow back. But I didn't spend an arrow on the Curving Shot one. I already got my original one refunded. So it requires me missing 2 consecutive attack rolls, but I could, in theory, just keep getting arrows back.
Stop me now.
Really cool subclass. Yeah, there's a lot of very interesting things going on.
That was tough. This can't have been used in a while.
That's what she said. It's not lunchtime yet. Leave me alone. Look at all the gamers stress testing this patch, they would have picked up on this. This was known information. This is something that I stumbled into on testing, and then I actually checked and the wiki already had that information, so someone discovered that.
Don't mind if I do.
But, you know, again, wiki wheel. The stuff that ends up in the public eye is not the stuff that should be fixed. It's not even the mechanically interesting stuff a lot of the time. And public opinion has objectively shaped how Larian has chosen to balance this game, and what bug fixes have been prioritized and what haven't. Was my Discord so borked? Yeah, I don't know, Manatee. I'm sorry. Back to Conjure Barrage, save for half, piercing arrows save for slightly less damage. Isn't it fair? I think it's fair. I think it's balanced. I'd have to shapeshift into Gith for this. I don't feel like doing that right now.
Alright. What now?
Big lady becoming even bigger lady. A rage should work. If you use rage, aren't really feeling all that angry, get a refresh on your rage. Use a rage charge, then you realize you might have overreacted a bit.
Have a long line. Well, in it.
Alright, stomach, relax. Ain't that serious.
Light on my feet. Hope this ends well.
Give me a moment.
This calls for care.
Within the artifact, a feeling stirs. Uncertainty.
Best hope
Your
the captain's
curiosity is
balls
getting the
have enough.
better of you. Do not let it. Stay away from the Githyanki. They're hunting you. They want the artifact. They'll stand at nothing to take it from you.
Only got one of the cultists, but that's okay.
So the Githyanki aren't fond of the cultists.
You can address me directly, Mike Tyrant.
Good thing.
I do read my chat. How do I have a Shadow Blade? Shadowblade Ring. Entering Shadow Curse lands, avoid the tier 3 near the vendor. Yes, Tinny. Yes. That is the tech. Somehow didn't expect it to be legit. Here we are. Yep, I am playing with no mods whatsoever. Use the Shadowblade Ring from Arabella. Major bugs for you since patch 8? Nothing new that I can think of. Yeah, nothing new. Could try to deal with the kobolds through the wall. Not really feeling the need. Got a big one? What's that? Like Christmas for Shadowblade enjoyers? Yeah, Shadowblade got a massive glow. It was already really good, but impractical. And the access was very limited. But now, like, it has absolutely no downsides whatsoever. It's kind of crazy. Like, Shadowblade is an Act 3 power level item that now has had all of its downsides removed, and you can get it at level 3.
Out of sight, out of mind. Wonder if the gods are watching me. Mishkas. Better be careful with any magic. Spells set them off.
Game seems hard to solo. It can be. It's certainly a knowledge check. But I enjoy it quite a lot. It's become the only way I really play most of the time. Either play duos with friends or solo.
Think you can take me on?
Fixed it, just had on install and reinstall. I'm glad it's fixed. Upcast, Shadowblade, Rogue Sneak Attack, and Redstone can make Send to Heaven. Yeah, Arcane Trickster could still have fully powered Sneak Attack, but be, Elixir upcasting it. Elixir upcasting, the Shadowblade to 4th level. I don't think it gets powered up on 4th, it gets powered up, 3rd. Maybe it does get... Maybe it's 3rd and 4th are the same, then 5th and 6th are the same. Or you could, there's no way to scribe Shadowblade to do it in 6th level. Yeah, that would be the strongest one you could get for that sneak attack. You rip an ass so bad at the supermarket, someone thinks the fresh produce is rotten. Oh no. Versus every character not having clothes or torso, not even the menu. Went to main menu, try to fix it, got much worse. Appeared beyond the veil of the game, saw it pre-gen alpha look like in Wither's Dungeon. Main menu, no statues, NPCs, bookshelves, nothing. Only full reset of the game, fixed it. And are you playing with any mods at all? Big question. No mods at all? Amazing. Confirming self-damage on bursting shot.
Must be on my way. I'll take that. not be cursed.
Hey Sage, how goes it? Refined to patch 8? I'm having fun. 3rd and 4th you get 3d8. 5th or 6th gets you 4d8. Yes, that makes sense. That's what I recalled. But yeah, Arcane Tricksters never naturally get up to 3rd level casting. But with an elixir, you could get 3rd or 4th upcast into that and still maintain your full power sneak attack. So a lot of psychic damage.
Wonder what's past this.
Just roll good.
This blood sounds important. Could it still be here somewhere? Seems like the best way. That's a friendly looking shadow.
What a disguise is Gith anyway, so. How you doing, Saya?
What path lies before me?
Right, my life is infinitely better here watching this.
Where did you... Ah, you are kin. State your purpose. An understandable...
What? Will they not heed their just still? That will not serve them well in battle.
Alright, Jiro, we have some transactions to do.
I need a quick word.
Knife of the Underbound King, I'm a lot less interested in. With Shadowblade working the way it does. But, you know, does the same thing. While also giving the minus crit. Vital Conduit boots are fantastic. Thunder Flail. Really after. Straight up.
If you find any...
Was Mark finally in his stream? Yeah, yeah. He's just on that patch 8 grind. Tried bagging items with Jira, but they got deleted. We'll see if that happens, because several people have been saying that that's happening to them. It didn't happen to me at all yesterday. Let's see. specific dagger is why I'm glad vendors drop something when they die. I like my gold too much. Yeah, Knife Our Mountain King's weirdly it's a short sword. But it's really, really nice that it drops
Must be going badly.
in the way that it does.
Hush, Quanny.
What? It's a short sword. Let's deal with the archer first. I can go for a Soulbreaker opener, I think. Most dagger-coated short sword I've ever seen, right?
Better be cautious.
No one's not surprised, but it's fine. Big damage. So, crossbow expert, right. It'll apply against the one that's threatening you. Right. Hey, congrats, you didn't get disarmed. Enjoy your gape. Here's where accuracy starts to be an issue. I need to get my dex up to 18. Oh, nice game. Thanks, you too. Alright, be right back, real quick. Alright, I'm back. Hey, Kara. Apparently need to catch up on sleep. Woke up after about 10.5 hours. Good job resting. Imagine doing that. I can't.
Can't risk being in open view. Hey.
Hey, Will. Thank you for the 55 months. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Can't slow down.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. They look like
5,555,555.
Yeah, 5 million.
Just out of view.
A parasite. Take it. It might be useful.
On my way.
You feel your parasite. Your body grows cold. Your skull groans and bends under the pressure. Then agony.
Heroism too. Why not?
You feel yourself ebbing away, while the parasite only grows stronger. No, no more.
Easy.
The room's incredible. Your parasite is There's a parasite nearby. You should take a closer look.
Apple powers on bonus action now.
Always room for more.
Stupid question, how to get the Helldusk armor? Not a stupid question at all. If you interrupt Raphael's first attempt at having a conversation with you, he'll then be queued up as a long rest event, a forced long rest event, for the first time you attempt to leave the wilderness / Underdark. First time you attempt to leave to another act. If you then either break his AI or make it so he's unable to speak to you, you can knock him out without him leaving. You get his XP, you get his armor. It's a few ways of doing it, but that's the short answer. Never knew that. Yeah, it's something they tried to fix once, and they didn't. I generally do it for the XP more than anything. Sometimes I don't even use the armor when I get it. Don't touch the chest in the Albert Cave with it on. Yeah, yeah. Oof. Yeah. I could get what is effectively a free long rest right now by not talking to Lae'zel at the moment. I think I may do that.
Inside.
Skva! The Gustil tampered with it. No.
What levels I get you to? So it's 1,400 XP. Big chunk.
I should speak up.
Hey Tweedledum, how are you? Haven't rested enough for Scratch's ball yet.
So, the Githyanki have no...
One day
Right, took advantage of forced long rest associated with Lae'zel. We could have skipped by talking to her, but instead we tried to region travel before triggering it, which forced us into it. But didn't cost camp supplies, and I was out of resources anyway, so figured I'd indulge. I'm hanging out so close to my weight limit at all times.
Something's on my mind.
Well,
Probably fight Ethel now. But I have more money than that. Oopsie.
Keeping the old turnip.
Did you hear take over for Shard as the camp gardener? Oh. I was Arcane Archer doing a solo Drunken Master right now. Arcane Archer is a really cool. I'm enjoying it a lot.
At least things have stayed interesting. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Don't remember if I did this method fight over here. Doesn't look like I did. Crit miss. As a resource management for Arcane Archer and Tabletop, it spawns. They don't get nearly enough arcane shots. You get up to 10 per short rest in this game, which is quite a lot. So it's felt good so far, even with only 7. You can do some cool curving shot refund tech as well. I've had no complaints. Short rest per short rest, 10. The battle master even secretly bad, it's openly bad now? Yes.
That'll fill my pack.
Insanely good in tabletop to start 2, go to 3, level 7, 4, level 10. Yeah, let's see. At level 8, I have 7. At level 10, you have 10. I think, if I remember correctly. Do I have Elmater arrows for the lava elemental? Not really. Let's come back for that later. Running martial alert and crossbow expert? Yes. Or it was closeted bad, now it's bad and proud. Like, you know how I feel about tier lists being a garbage metric of information, but after I've played more of the patch 8 subclasses, I do want to revisit subclass tier lists to just underline some of the ways in which I've been right the entire fucking time. Because there's some things that just do not compete with the current level of power as of patch 8. They never competed really before, but like, the gap has grown. For example, all of Paladin, Battlemaster, Archfey Warlock, Berserker Barbarian, they're different. Do I want Haggai this run? Valor Bard? Valor Bard's fine. It's a bard with extra attack. It's shield proficiency. Pretty good. You know, the most efficient way... Might even... No. Has anyone ever shot Barina from here? Intrusive thoughts. Intrusive thoughts. No, that's... Shouldn't do that.
I don't... Gods grant me patience. Eat up, Mayrina. I won't say it again.
Want Corlin's Grace? No. Make sure not to sell her feigned death this time. Fucking hell.
What is it? What's going on? What?
Such enough. And you...
Morning, Kels.
At the ready.
Really do have to do that intrusive thoughts run. Yeah. Suppose Swords Bard just put the bar way too high, and Valor on its own merits still really good. And I will note again that Valor does... Oh, is she... I don't know why I assumed this actually worked. They didn't mention fixing this. Valor gets shield proficiency and Swords doesn't. So, like, it does have a thing that Swords does not get. Like, every time I wonder if anyone's ever done this, thought pops in, you have to do it. Would be interesting.
What's hiding here? Mine have got a long road ahead.
Investigation failed. Alright, I'm bringing in companions to roll that because they're not going to make Ethel work. Because she was never going to open the fireplace there. She won't take any actions. Her AI is broken. So my options are now either bring other people in to roll the investigation check there, or to clip myself through the door using a chair. I haven't learned the chair clip yet. I guess I fucking need to. I was hoping patch 8 would address this, but of course it didn't. Yeah, still broken in patch 8? Uh-huh.
Another dead end. If the tadpole doesn't kill her, eh? Thing's an illusion.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Well, remember back way in only works once you have already dealt with Ethel. If you have not yet dealt with Ethel, the portal gets rerouted somewhere else. Instead of going into her lair, it goes here.
Very well.
This is my purse.
That's your purse. I need to get my Shadow Blade back. Encumbered by Shadow Blade. I have to talk about teleportation consent. What do you mean? What happened? What happened?
Don't look. Don't.
In Warlock, it's Swimming Blade. Yep, it's a cantrip available to Warlocks, Wizards, Sorcerers. As I mentioned from last week, constantly teleporting me around. I was helping. And it was, hey, new spell. Let me click new spell thing.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Out of curiosity, watching your VOD a bit, would you use to skip the goblin fight, jump up that mountain? Oh, I didn't really skip the fight there. I popped a strength elixir, stacked a couple of crates, and then jumped up top to start the fight from an advantageous position. So that stuff you have in the camp to start, assume rewards for beating auto mode or something? No, it's from the deluxe edition of the game. You can get up there without that strength elixir. You just need a taller stack of crates. So if you get barrels from the beach and all the crates in your camp, you can build a tower high enough to jump up there with even as low as like 12 strength. So that's a good strategy you can do on any run.
At the ready.
I was looking forward to actually fighting Ethel. That still won't be happening. Still do our due diligence with fight prep, but
Swift as my there, in the cage.
You.
Just get.
the gate. Teleporting when Danny's gay skeletons was right there. Marina or Volo, the bigger idiot? Marina. Volo's not actually as stupid as he presents himself to be. Marina's not very bright and extremely naive. However, Marina is a better person than Volo is in the end. After some growth, Volo is completely self-centered. Whereas Marina, again, is just stupid and easily manipulated. If you get Marina to Act 3, then she has had a character arc of wanting to help out other people. Volo doesn't have that. These crossbow experts making this go a lot faster. Volo just wants material for his tunes. He's not even a bard, though, on a radio station. That's the crazy thing. Volo's a wizard. People just think he's a bard. He's a wizard. Not to say that bards have a monopoly on music, but, you know, music ain't even his thing. He's a wizard. What? Yeah, Volo is a wizard.
Wait, but it's your choice, sweetness.
Ran the girl.
Deal, not that I can set up shop else.
Best of luck, Auntie.
I'm exhausted.
Give me
I'll
Dex.
find somewhere to camp soon.
You first my brothers and now my husband. What more? Ethel was going to bring my husband back just a bit longer, and my child. This more than I could have done.
Softer than a whisper.
And it's a shame Ethel got away with Marina. Now again, I like Marina's character arc. That wasn't me being a murder hope. I actually need her to be dead for a mechanical reason. It is also 1 XP, but...
I'll take that.
I need her to be dead because I need the version of Connor that's hostile to me. And if she's there when I revive Connor, that's not the version I get. Yeah, alright. It makes you into a monster if you want to min-max, just fitting. Yeah. I find it funny how people genuinely say with their entire chest that evil isn't rewarding enough in this game because, question mark? Question mark? Really quagging it?
Chase you to the ends of the earth!
I believe there's a cabin near you.
You guys having fun? Need to get out of our system. So I want to respec to get my dex to 18. I just need to figure out how I want to handle my stat distribution. This probably means I go down to the 8 con. I could go down to 12 int, I suppose. I go down to 12 int. Yeah, let's do that. So I should sell stuff to Lantar to get enough money to improve attitude with all my vendors. Yeah. Yeah, we'll sell as much as I can, have enough money, and then we can get attitude with all our vendors while level 1. Should have done this before I shopped for everything I wanted from Roa. But we'll at least still save money on short rest elixirs. And whatever I end up getting from Tally. Maybe Mattis. Saving throws for the archer skills based off your int? They are. I could wear Warped Headband, but that's giving up gear flexibility. Not necessarily something I'm unwilling to do. But, I do like my gear flexibility. Yeah, let me invest that last tadpole. Kept forgetting. Arcane Acuity applies them too? Yes.
Clementine!
Does this range attack still count as a condition? Almost always, yes.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
What fiend slaying? I think it's them doing the dodge animation that's the condition. Effectively, yes. The Boots of Stormy Clamor will check for conditions that are even outside of the bounds of what you normally think of in gameplay. Like, basically everything in the game works off of under-the-hood conditions. Like Sanctuary, for example, you are applying a condition to yourself, but you are also applying an invisible condition to everybody in your environment that makes it so they can't target you. So that's why, when you have Sanctuary on, things will just randomly get reverbed with Stormy Clamor with seemingly no rhyme or reason. It's because there's invisible conditions that you're applying, and it can only affect one target per AoE. So since you're applying it to everyone, it'll pick one person and just keep doing that to them. Sometimes when I crouch out at enemies, which is kind of weird. Yeah, it's under the hood conditions. More things used to be pretty loose in their interpretation of condition like that. Like, for example, you used to be able to trigger the Diadem of Arcane Synergy by applying Threatened to someone. So by just, like, walking up to someone, you applied a condition, there you go. They made that one a little more restrictive, but it's still kind of silly that that ever was a thing. You could disengage, run back and forth, and reapply. Uh-huh.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Stormy clams. Ayo, who up storming they clams? Let me see a show of hands. It's the correct response, Kara. Leaving. You thought so.
Sister, pray with me.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
YouTube content mill loves Stormy Clamor. The game without attacking with it. The YouTube content mill loves Stormy Clamor so much that they have 3 different people publishing the same playthrough 3 different times each, claiming it's a different thing, and it's just Boots of Stormy Clamor every time. beat the game by moving only, Boots of Stormy Clamor. I beat the game without attacking, Boots of Stormy Clamor. Yeah, alright. Cool. I did the house and Thunderwave to Brazier on top of myself. Oh no.
Slaughter.
Let's have these two. That. Puts us in a pretty good position money-wise.
Where do you hail?
Speedy Light Feet was a medium armor. I was already considering Hex, but did for Hex was medium armor. Speedy Light Feet being medium armor does make it interesting and distinct from like Water Sparkers. You could use Water Sparkers because they're clothing, but then you have more stuff to manage. Like you have to actually make sure that water surface is there. You have to worry about your blood overriding it. You have to mitigate electrocuting yourself. I do think that it's interesting that it's set up that way.
What's in here?
Not this one. For a mere pittance of coin. Thou hast now a bosom to...
You don't have a bosom, Withers. It feels wrong.
Should thou or any of thy compatriots a matter as the...
Alright, we're respecing. To adjust my stats here. Do I need 18 strength or am I comfy with 16? I can get away with 16. I like the idea of doing this. I don't really need Riz that much, though. Maybe I just go 8 Riz. Except that my prices will be a little bit worse overall. Once we hit level 9, proficiency bonus goes up, we'll be pretty much back where I was. We'll be getting attitude with a bunch of vendors here, so overall works out. So this will be 18 strength, 18 dex, 10 con, 14 int, 8 wisdom, 8 charisma. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Which ad's getting longer for everyone else. So I have my ad manager set to do 2 minutes of ads every, how often? 40 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that. The minimum to turn off pre-rolls. So I'm running the absolute minimum for people not to have to see an ad the second they click on my channel. Do not ever feel bad about using an ad blocker. That does not impact my revenue in any meaningful way. If you have Turbo, I do still get paid for the ads that you would have seen. Which is why Twitch increased the price of Turbo twice in the last 2 years. Yeah, ads suck. I apologize. Can't see ads, you still receive money. If the ad is playing, yes. I should get Attitude with Mattis, but I'm debating just not doing it.
Need anything? I'll be here if you... God's blood, this is heavy. I wish we...
I really need Tally Attitude.
If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
Thought I saw a C in his scroll for a second. I was excited. I don't think I'll get Attitude with Tally. I don't care that much about what she has here. Mattis, Dareth, Blurg?
Trinkets and doodahs.
Yeah, Busy Sword. A lot of people are talking about it. You are the fourth person to bring it up so far today. One of those things that it's the current hot button, apparently.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hey, Skizz, thank you so much for the tier 1 for the 11th month. Time is crazy. 11 months. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hope things are treating you as well as they can be. I was gonna say well, but you know, is anyone really doing well right now? But as well as they could be.
I wish we had a bloody...
I appreciate you. You're a very wonderful resource to the community. Oh, well, I appreciate that. How's solo Arcane Archer feeling? Really good. Very much enjoying. I refrain from my cynical comment. You know we're on the same page there, Sal.
Breathe deep and move.
Overall awesome guy. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I try to be, you know?
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries? I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I am low on peg scrolls. I never looted the ones in Wither's dungeon. That's why. I don't think I grabbed the one in the Goblin prison either. I don't want Boal's Benediction this run. I mean, someone's gotta have an accident. Probably Lae'zel. Oop.
Well,
I could get attitude with Glomp. He drops his gold. Yeah, actually, let's go do that. Never done this before. Love Swarm Keeper having to teleport enemies. Nice. That sounds fun, troll. Working on full party run, just see a couple subclasses at the same time. Arcane Archer so far is incredible. Really annoying to have to manage so many party members who are used to solo. Yeah, it's one of those things that there was a run idea I was cooking a while ago where I wanted to do full party, but only one character was allowed to, like, do stuff in combat. So the other three would be there purely as supports, but mostly to facilitate the Devil Foil masks. And in testing, it was so incredibly fucking tedious that I never actually did it on stream. I just could not stand the micromanagement of more than one character.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and ends? I've scavenged all sorts.
Alright, now we assign our levels. I'm a little sad. The thought of running a duo on my own fills me with dread. What, just because of too many things to manage? What's the thought process? Even when I played full party, usually only had 1 or 2 members be deadweight, so it's just more fun. I miss the companion banter. The companion banter I do miss. Sometimes. Yeah. Arcane Archer, we take guidance. Bursting Arrow, Enfeebling, Piercing. Enfeebling is less useful than the other ones right now. Like, I guess the order I want is Bursting, Grasping, Piercing for the first 3. Alright, and let's point something out. We have 4 Arcane Arrows. At level 3, our resource sustain is already almost as good as a fully leveled Battlemaster. I just want to point that out. As soon as we get our subclass, we are just shy of the maximum the Battlemaster will ever have. Even movement's slow, you can't just jump around with hand sleeve feather fall. Be a miracle, we make attack too. Ugh. So still 4. Just extra attack. Take crossbow expert. Level 7, we get more arcane arrows. Magic arrow, our shots just ignore resistance to non-magical damage. And we get curving shot, which is incredibly based. Shadow arrow resonance stone is going to be real fun. Could do beguiling. But either of those. Probably Shadow impose disadvantage in their attacks. Stick with Enfeebling for now. And Battlemaster's fantastic class. Yeah, it's totally not bottom of the barrel gutter trash. I would never say that. Yeah, so we have 7 arcane arrows as of level 7. And then it goes up to 10 at level 10. So I had Martial Adept before. Do I stick with that? Because I already used it for all the funny things I really care to. Kind of want to change it up. Dual Wielder diversifies my stat stick options. I could do like Shadow Blade plus something else. But I can already do Shadow Blade Knife of the Undermount King if I really wanted to. Sharpshooter I don't really have an interest in. Not for this run. I've been taking ham too much. I kind of am having to self-impose. Alright, you can't use ham 2 runs in a row. Battlemaster dice should also go up to that. They should, but unfortunately they don't. Because Squeaky Wheel gets the grease, and players pretended Battlemaster didn't have resource problems. Ham banned. Warlock initiate for Hex. Tempting, Mick. Salami. And test if you could saturate Arcane Arrows. You could probably... you shouldn't be able to. But you're thinking the non-attack roll ones? Maybe. Yeah, probably. I would assume it just works however Hail of Thorns does. Yeah, you only need to acquire an ungodly amount of Angelic Reprieve, then you have really good first turn with Battlemaster every fight. It's still worse than an Eldritch Knight or Arcane Archer's first turn, but yeah. I'm very unsure what I want to use this feat on. Like, Magic Initiate Warlock would pick us up Hex, and we could take, like, I don't know, Eldritch Blast, Booming Blade. It's Charisma scaling Booming Blade, so the accuracy will be quite bad. But we technically could. We can take a Magic Initiate Wizard and pick up Bursting Sinew and Booming Blade. That's fun. And then Long Strider. I don't hate that idea. I kind of like that the most. I could dex ASI to go to 20. I don't really like ASI. But for pew pew archer shit, it's not the worst call. Shooter doesn't apply to most of what I'm actually doing. Most. Some it would, but most. I guess an interesting option is Dual Wielder, and then I could go Main Hand Shadowblade, Offhand Defender Flail. I would have the same AC as with a shield, but I would have a bonus action attack for melee whenever I needed it. And I would have one more DR. Kind of feeling that. Big dual wielder. Assume Shadowblade went away. Wonder if that'll directly come back on region travel. We'll find out. Yeah, now that I'm fully leveled again, sell stuff to Glomp. Glomp, you want a rune powder barrel? Got you, brother.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and ends? I've scavenged all sorts.
There we go, that works out nicely. Turning rats into pipe bombs.
At least they're peaceful.
Perhaps I should get a mask.
I need to get the Mind Flayer Tadpole corpse. To see if I can first insinuate that. Then I can fix the corpse with Condormancy as need be.
Well?
And that's no carry weight. Yeah, killing tadpoles and using their corpses seems like a good play. Use jump potions. Get Shield of Faith. Then we'll head back over to a different map. Bag Adventures is stuff you want to get eventually? Yes. Think of it as, we usually call it putting items on the layaway. It's functionally what it is. It's stuff that I'm gonna buy later, or will likely buy later. But I am paying. And yeah, to your point, Tinny, Fighter and Rogue ASI makes a little more sense than other classes. You have that extra feat to justify it. I feel the same about Crossbow Expert. Crossbow Expert's really good, but often there's feats that just kind of fill your need better. However, in a situation with Crossbow Expert, not the case. Cool. Yeah, main hand, Shadow Blade, offhand, Defender Flail. This does lock us into either Adamantine Splint or Grimskull Helm. Haven't crafted the Splint yet, but that's fine. Do I Drakethroat Herald here? Or do I stick with Nermisser? Inclined to stick with Nermisser for now. Fire for potential bussy strats. And this also frees up the option for me to use Big Boy's Chew Toy with Shadow Blade, which I like.
One day I'll catch a break.
Alright, no Psychic Res right now. Only have one Bussy. Alright, I'll save that. Wyvern Toxin.
Carefully now.
I'm sorry, Savage. You take it.
Gape. Grass. Burst. Pierce. Is there an angle where I can... This? There is. Forgot to turn Cult Peak back on. Whoopsie. Correcting the play-by-play, of course. Rolled min damage.
May the gods take you first. Path lies before me.
This guy has a Crown of Madness scroll, and I've never seen him use it. Maybe it's because I play solo, but I've never seen him use it.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
And excited.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Sorry. Bad. Too much damage. Hey, Rathanol. I expected more of a fight there.
Have to keep going.
Because here...
The corpse regards you.
Took a new path. Decided to powerful relic hidden. Even
The spell.
30 XP. All the week put in some work today. It's less impactful than you think. But its behavior of now seemingly no longer interfering with Bloodlust, that's pretty positive. I will say, I regard Call of the Week a lot more highly than I did pre-patch. It's still overrated, but things can be both good and overrated.
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp.
Bloodlust fix, maybe my favorite fix so far, like Paladin. Well, Paladin's overrated and not good. If you're calling it good, it's because, yeah, technically you can make anything good, but
Time to press ahead.
Paladin simply exists. It won't stop you from beating the game.
Those students need to learn something.
Hey.
Gape. Sad. Quag, I took that personally. Something like that. So the bow here, crossbow of Arcane Force, we're going to keep that, because I can actually use that. The halberd away for now.
How much farther can we go?
Bring the fucking Guardians, Quag, the fucking Paladins. Had the layaway issue again, found out put item in the barter section first, and open the bag, then I could put them in. So, is it that people having the layaway issue don't use the barter version? Because I always use barter. I don't use the regular trade UI. I always use barter. Only 2 darkness arrows left. It's fine, I think. Using barter, I couldn't drag the items from trade inventory to the open bag. I had to close the bag, drag items barter section, open bag, drag items from... Yeah, that's weird. I haven't experienced that limitation, but thanks for letting me know.
Still breathing, despite everything.
What's too heavy? What do I not need that's here? I'll do it. Trying to know without mods, seems you can't dig with shovel and hotbar anymore. Sleep doesn't work on scrying eyes. I don't think so. Like, here's me using my shovel from my custom keybind. Here's me putting it on the bar. It's you.
Alright, time to skulk about. Better than nothing.
Don't have a fire arrow. Awkward. Missing 280% was unfortunate, but this is why we action search. Drag it back once that fixed it. Oh, weird. Yeah, I didn't have that issue at all.
These boots have seen everything.
All of them gets before they can do anything. It's pretty good policy. It's kept me pretty safe.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Just out of view. I just want
Oh. Let me ability drain you that much? Okay. Sure.
Sherlock, guards
Rolled an 18. Okay. I lost my concentration. I kind of want to get Peg back up. Do I have another Peg scroll, though? Just because I recently bought one. Do your parry. He doesn't want to get enfeebled. Your strength.
But she wasn't the one pulling the strings here.
Neat.
Should mind my step.
Full resource dump there, but neat.
What's hiding here?
About 3k to level. Try to deal with kobolds. Reader's ending stream comfortably around a campfire with friends. The Astarian run legit made me afraid of the sun. I've trained myself too well. I like to put Cloud of Daggers like right there. ran into it. Alright. Well, it's open for aggro. What else I got that's an AoE?
Should get started.
Well, Crown of Madness would be funny, but I wouldn't get XP. Don't want stealth to be successful.
May the gods take you first.
Reason why I'm avoiding stepping in there is there's an exploration spot I want to save for when I'm a higher level. So we're just kind of blasting through the wonky hitbox of this wall. Fireball, but they have evasion and fire, not ideal here. I don't want to use another shatter yet. There's at least a couple more scrying eyes I have to deal with. Like keeping those available. Gonna lurk as EP. Have a great stream. Hey, thanks, GG. There we go. That'll do it.
Fire can be explosive.
Hey, Mad Mac. Sorry, it's fault, just your inner gamer coming out. It could be either, really. Is Arcane Archer just cozy, point and click, or what? You have, you pick maneuvers, kind of like Battlemaster, except, so, like, I'm currently out of Arcane Arrows, because I've been spendy. But, you have 7 charges at level 7, and 10 at level 10. It goes up. So you start with 4 at level 3, then you go up to 7 at level 7, and then you go up to 10 at level 10. But they work on your extra attack, and they can do all sorts of crazy shit. Also, at level 7, all of your bow attacks are innately magical, and you get a bonus action that allows you to make a new shot orc from a shot that you miss. And this works on a lot of special arrows and stuff. So if you shoot an arrow of fire at someone, and it misses, you can use a bonus action, curving shot. It'll just make a new arrow of fire that'll go at the nearest enemy. And the old one will still exist, so you made 2 arrows of fire. Really cool. Long or short rest? Short rest. What about many targets? Many targets is excluded there. Sensibly, but yeah. Having fun with the build? I'm having a lot of fun, Prize Thief. Is Astarian's secretly a mom's basement gamer? Did you see the short that they included, the animated short they included in the patch notes yesterday? If not, watch it. Relevant. The short was so good, yeah. It's cool to see that Karlach and Shadowheart are roommates. They really support each other. Such wonderful gal pals. Owlbear slippers. Yeah, Lae'zel had the owlbear beanie. That they've been out of stock on forever. I'm still upset about it. Somebody said it's now confirmed that Gale's an NPC. Yeah, because, like, Gale didn't have the cutaway to, like, the real world person like everyone else did. Good fight. Let's deal with the Eagles now. Guess I should go kill Quagga for that stupid amulet. Makes some amount of sense on this.
Better than nothing. Tormented. Screeching for help.
Which amulets? Shadowblade's so silly now. Shadowblade plus crossbow expert means I just have advantage all the time. Question if I may. When I use something that gives me fireball and something gives me fire resistance to negate each other, one top the other, they cancel out to neutral. Resistance, neutrality, and then advantage plus disadvantage will cancel out to neutral. There are almost no exceptions to that. Okay, no psionic overload on this. Good to know. Thank you, you're welcome. Bird. But you can't touch these and you're American. What? Basic civil rights? No. Not a lot. Oh, you mean the birds. Sorry, I get confused sometimes. I love bees. I have a purple bee tattoo on the back of my left hand. Oh, that's cool. Purple crossbow, new? No? I'm gonna get a tattoo that's the sound wave of a star and yelling bird. See, I believe you. Petition to start calling them normal eagles instead of bald eagles. In honor of my warlock patron, John Normal. Emotion. I'm in. Let's see if I can get up to Esther without, dying, that's the word. But also, I want to try not to trigger the exploration spot. I want to buy, not stomach, gloves of baneful striking from her. For anyone not in the know, gloves of baneful striking are really interesting. The condition they apply is not Bane. Contrary to the name, it is not Bane. Which means it stacks with Bane. You can seriously impact someone's saves by doing something like Bane plus Baneful Striking plus Reverb. Or Mental Fatigue. You include stuff like Bleeding, stuff like Encrusted with Frost. You can have a lot of control.
I warn you, I'm exceptionally... you know, look over there.
What do you want?
You'll be well
Maybe.
compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
Cool. Just roll what you need.
I trust that very well, but I'll make note of how much time you waste trawling through baubles. Yep.
So I could do Herald with Baneful Striking. And then do like Oil of Freezing. So that would mean when I hit someone, I can apply disadvantage on dex saves and up to -8 to all of their saves. Just from hitting them once. That's pretty cool. Is Gale still in his help me step big lady I'm stuck state? Yes, I have not gone over to recruit Gale. Let's go get Night Singer's favor now. Big lady. I was gonna order food, but my phone's at 4%. It would die from me opening the app. Oh. Ow. Everything hurts.
Another step forward.
Not a disembodied Head and Shoulders confirmed.
Have to keep going.
Torso reveal. Because thank you for the $18. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Too kind, as always. I will, as soon as my phone has enough charge to not die for me opening the app. I have an iPhone, so you know. Like a 7-year-old iPhone. Yeah, I'll get food. Thank you very much. Barely enough here. Alright, 27 AC, that means only the Crusader can hit this. Pause. I don't have a haste scroll. No, that's okay.
Moving in. Can't risk
It's that streamer service thing, you actually send streamers food.
Should mind my step.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I don't know what it's called. They fixed Paladin spell book bar going off the screen forever. Oh, that's really nice, actually, Irish. Thanks for letting me know. That's a win. We take those. The amount of knowledge you have about this game could fill the entire library. Hey, the amount I don't know about the game could also fill 10 libraries. It's a lot of collaboration that has gotten us to the point where we know as much about the game collectively as we do. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Trespasser. Merkel's fat lapdog.
My strength's not that good.
Very well.
Those dealt with.
No time for mercy.
your spellbook look like right now? I don't have one.
Shall consume corpse thief.
I've stolen one corpse, man. One. Does that make me a corpse thief suddenly? Does stealing corpses mean I'm a corpse thief? That's the only role they can hit me with. Alright, don't want to accidentally destroy the deep tremor. So the deep tremor was absolutely not my nickname. Okay, cool. How many corpses do you have to steal before being labeled as a corpse thief? That's a really good question, Nico. And I feel like the answer is 3. Not gonna elaborate, but I feel like the answer is 3. Discuss. You've done it twice? Hey, I do always say try everything twice, JD. What's that emote? I think the answer is at least 2 separate instances. Because, like, once is, oh, it happens. Then 2 is like, alright, maybe you're really a fuck up. But then 3. If you do it on 3 separate occasions, you're a serial corpse thief. If you steal 3 in the same place, mass corpse thief. Okay. Tomorrow only half a day work. Second season of Last Epoch starts, so I'm gonna hold my BG3 playthrough to Mega Bingus Dingus grind this season. It sounds like a plan, Sora. I do wish I had that haste scroll, because then I could actually be unhittable and have even better action economy, but it is what it is. Alright, let's get to work. Painful strike on you. Piercing shot. Piercing arrow. Let's have another piercing arrow. Closer. It's crazy to watch. Arcane Archer is pretty good. I think it'll call the Arcane Archer Swashbuckler Dante after Devil May Cry and use hand crossbows. Stylish. Goofy ass over here, level 2 to 3, struggling to fight 5 people. The whole party spends like, yeah, I'm just solo the world. I mean, I have a lot of experience in this game, Kurt Cobain. Turbo nerd who surrounds himself with a bunch of turbo nerds who the same interests, you know? You're just getting into it. Extreme low roll there. Oh, no, resistance, right. Living Shadow. Forgot that my offhand crossbow does currently suck. I just stream up in the background. Where's Kurt Cobain? Crit Cobain. Can use Arcane Archer abilities and special arrows, mutually exclusive. So they're mutually exclusive. However, the curved shot ability you get at level 7 can be used on special arrows. Not many targets, but the other ones. Not many targets, not transposition, not solving. But like you could, for example, shoot a fire arrow. If you miss, you could use curved shot, bonus action, redirect it. That's very fun. Nice crit. Cause them all to miss you. Play dodgeball beforehand. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge. What's causing them to miss me is that the highest roll that they can do, if they roll a 20, is a total of 27. The big guy can roll 29. My AC is 27, so they have to roll a 20 to be able to hit me at all. I have critical hit immunity, so a 20 is not a critical hit, it's just a regular hit. So, all but one of these has a 5% chance of hitting me, normally. With disadvantage, that goes down way farther. But the big guy has 3 rolls where he can hit me. But I use stage fright and pose disadvantage, so he has to hit one of those 3 rolls twice to hit me once. So it's just a matter of knowing what their bonuses are and then countering that. Now, I'm allowing Beckoning Darkness to happen, which can hurt me, but I can backlash it for big damage because it's a high-level spell. Yeah, curving shot. Love to see it. I want a little more AC this turn. Use my Bloodlust action to switch to Wondrous Gloves. I don't need to have Ring of Free Action on for this fight. I shouldn't, in fact. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a world in which low accuracy Arcane Archer is the play, so that you could just curving shot redirect AoE arrows. At least it didn't come like you and Mr. Trade feared Arcane Archer isn't overshadowed by special arrows, and yeah, that's really nice. Cage Anarchy cosplay, something like that. I'm in a darkness cloud right now. Shadowblade Flail looks so cool as a weapon combo. This is probably another Spear of Evening run. Meh. Just ignore it. I just don't wanna. Now I swap out that for Eversight. This Darkness Cloud is no longer an issue. Big lady makes me feel things. Yeah. Yeah. If I just trying to watch. Hey, Robchi. I'm fighting. What's up? None of them can hit me, by the way. Not a figurative, none of them can hit me. A literal, none of them can hit me. Okay, I've made gangbangs illegal. You're welcome. Good Hunger of Hadar moment, wrong class. I wouldn't say Hunger of Hadar is great here. It'd be okay. Stormtroopers at the gangbang be like. Sleep for 2 turns and get your fancy arrows back? I could. Oh, now I can't. Once that one's dead, I can't. Every single money shot. I like an Arcane Archer. It's really good. I'm liking it a lot. Power move recently was sitting on the throne after every turn during the Yurgir fight. Alright, so I should still have Boots of Striding effect on. We're gonna take a nap. I like an Arcane Archer. I like it. It's very good. Not a coffee. I could get up and get more coffee right now. I do have time. An active nap you're having. I do sleepwalk. Or at least I used to. I don't think I have lately, actually. Wait for my phone to charge. That's 24%. I want to get it to 30 so it won't die. Tossing and turning in her sleep. She's just like me. Stand and fight. Wake me up. I can't wake up. And the rest, they managed to hit you? Yeah, but they can't. Which is why I did it. Okay, cool. Is your AC so high now they can't hit you? So, the highest they can hit is 27. What I walked in on? An easy fight. At Crypto. Expected to need another shot. I didn't. GG or whatever. AFK adjacent. Just like real life, no one wants to hit anything over 27. Oh. You okay?
It's been a long day.
Speak for yourself, Gilf's OP.
Best be on my way. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
A big old lady.
I don't need any attention right now.
Forgot to actually apply pudding. Whoops. Aberration. I prefer if grasping arrow worked on me. Thank you.
Breathe deep and move.
26 soon, is it over for me? Imagine having an aid that starts with a 2 couldn't be me literally. Yo, same.
Don't mind if I do.
You're like the milk that reached its sell-by date. You're not bad, but nobody wants you just because. Ow. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. Yeah, cutting words. Woo. Oh, there was some mustard on that one. Oof. Oh, that was a good laugh. Well done. Oh, I needed that. 35-year-old ouch. Yeah, I turned 30 this year. Now, my 20s sucked. My late 20s were good. You know, not state of the world good, but personally, individually good. But you know, I outside of state of the world stuff, much prefer my 30s thus far. All y'all beat on age. That's just because you are experienced and distinguished. It's because you like a fine wine, as they say. We're in the late 1900s. Alright, listen here, you little shit.
Softer than a whisper. Moving ahead.
Not just any true soul, but you're here now, and I may be able to put those limbs to work. You know what's at stake here. I take it.
Senior gamers sitting like old milk nobody wants around the campfire. Soon to be cheese, Made some friends through a video game, found it a week after. I was already friends with all of them. They're all early 20s at most. I feel so old now. Maybe a corked wine. Imagine being born I was gonna say, sorry, your math is a little off there. But no, 2007 was not 18 years ago. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean the Xbox 360 is 20 years old?
General
Nope, I leveled from that, apparently.
Humble servant. Fulfill my. I will remain here. Do bring me a liver. And I don't.
Coworkers who could have been my kids and makes me feel ancient. Oof. SpongeBob's about 26. Crazy, yeah. Twitter talking about her Gen Alpha kid being 14, born in 2010. My first thought was the math was wrong. Yeah, that doesn't look right, but it is. Huh. So remember getting the first Xbox back to the local toy store. Xbox 360 is new tech to me still. I grew up waking up early to play classic RPGs on the original Xbox. Early enough in the morning that it was all quiet, nobody out and about, nobody up and doing anything. Like my quiet time with my KOTOR, and my Jade Empire, the original Fable, that stuff. That was a huge chunk of my childhood. KOTOR on the original Xbox, yeah. Is KOTOR enjoyer. KOTOR 2 is still one of my favorite games of all time. If it had released fully finished, generational. But still playing KOTOR to this day. For a long time, I would try to fit a playthrough of both games in annually. I've fallen off on that, you know, as I've aged. But every couple of years, I do go back. Yeah. Played the original Baldur's Gate in my college years. Nice. Fable the Lost Chapters. Hey, Fable the Lost Chapters came out after original Fable. It's like the special edition of the original game. Oh yeah, shit. Skyrim turns 14 this year. That's crazy. Zoro won't leave the front of the building. You jump on, kill that girl. Ain't getting pickpocketing done. Well, Zoro being in front of that building doesn't really matter. You can make him leave that spot if you bring Lae'zel with you and talk to him and scare him. He'll run off. Like you take damage in Fable, actually see the scars. It's nuts. It's a cool feature. Arthritic solidarity fist bump. See, I haven't gotten the arthritis from age yet. I just have the arthritis from bad genetics. So you wait until I have both kinds at once. Be unstoppable. Alright, here too. Yeah, it fucking sucks. Diagnosed at 7. I need more short rest potions. Kinda do. By 2. I should have waited because my proficiency bonus is about to go up. Pay less. That's okay. It's whatever. I didn't know you can get arthritis that young. Rheumatoid arthritis is an autoimmune disease, William. So it's meaningfully different, but I'll try to long rest with my doing. Indomitable. Whenever you fail a saving throw, can roll again using the result. Mildly useful. Alright, level 10 is where we get our Arcane Arrow stock bumped up to 10. That'll be cool. Oh, we're gonna have to clear out more of Moonrise to get there, though. Probably gonna have to Yurt, too.
How may I serve?
Should buy Render of Mind and Body. Not gonna yet. I'll take Fiend Slaying. Construct Slaying, deal with, Scarring Eyes? No, I don't really have enough damage floor. Just bring Karlak to talk to him to get soul coins for free. Oh, I didn't buy that arrow. Fruit Juice Break. Get y'all to bed. Hey, Yump. Back in my day, we couldn't play on the computer if someone called the house phone. Alright, let's see. War God's Blessing means I do have to... I can't really AC tank these paladins with War God's Blessing.
That's a friendly-looking shadow.
This is too golden an opportunity, though. Did I use my Shatter Scroll on the kobolds? No. Cool. I have 2 Arcane Arrows. Get Gape going here. Dial-up sound. Am I Arcane Archer? Yes, because I saw things you were doing. I was like, yes, that's what I want. Back in my day, all my mom had to do to get me to stop playing games online was pick up the phone in the other room. I love Crossbow Expert.
Can't slow down.
I don't want to give up this peg I'm concentrating on.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
You were witnessed assault.
Oh, there goes my peg.
Cutting to the chase. With haste. Free for the taking.
Witness, good.
Think about why my eye is itching.
Really good video for Life Drinker Warlock for ideas. Said swap out Hex. Yeah, less interest at that point. Hex is very underrated. Mystic Lion. I think people just see the number 6 and they think, well, that can't be good. But that doesn't even make sense because people cream their fucking genes over, like, Arcane Synergy at a value of 3. So, like, I don't understand why Hex gets downplayed so much. It's crazy. PSA, Hex, one of the most valuable damage increasing tools in the entire game. The final form of many, many, many builds is, okay, but now how can I get Hex on it? Hex is that good. Didn't I buy a chromatic orb scroll? Meant to. Oops, I did not. Okay. That's so whoopsie.
Breathe deep and move. Need to find a way forward.
You're so hexy, huh?
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
You witnessed assault.
Time to press ahead.
Waste Indomitable. Okay. Flash got me. You don't have to worry about fear now. The Flawed Helldusk. Thunderwave. Let's put on Ring of Absolute Force. This is a fresh run after patch 8 and roller save. Oh, talking about Candy Maze issue. Right. See.
I don't need any attention right now. I have something to ask.
The eye focuses on you.
Gape? No gape? Sad. A lot cooler if you'd gaped.
Don't waste a step.
use Gaping Wounds on Githyanki. Is it Kermit Gape? Yes. Use it on Mind Flayer, it's Kermit Gake. Just curving shot into the doorframe. I don't think it actually went anywhere. Yeah, it didn't actually go anywhere.
Let's be on my way. Let's get in and out.
Stand, soldier. These are the General's private quarters. I've had no stomach to fill for some time, but you will find my teeth are still sharp, stranger.
Open. I will not become Gape.
Just be a...
Gotta keep it tight,
Don't
then.
waste a step. Just out of view. Alright. Time to scope about. And just a little. That might be worth a look.
A letter from Ketheric's wife. Sounds like she loved him very much.
Can't breathe me in an open view. Out of sight, out of mind.
No time for mercy.
Ate my whole action. Bursting Corpse leaves a mess. Yeah, Bursting Sinew does leave a mess. Saw the Booming Blade is an Evo cantrip, so funny Evo wizard. Yeah, Empowered Evocation, Booming Blade. You add your int modifier to the weapon part, not the thunder part. So it's crazy. You could say Shadow Blade, Booming Blade, and then your int mod gets added to the psychic damage, which then, of course, if you have Resonance Stone, gets doubled up. Let's say you had an int modifier of +6, which you could reasonably have. Well, 12 damage. J-Bridge, thank you for the Prime and the 53 months. Got your patch A right here. Okay, I'm waiting. I'm absorbing. I'm internalizing. Nope, you died? Okay. Goodbye. Failed to save though. What was the DC? 14. Yeah, I should maybe start using Acuity.
She's just a girl and she's
Barbara's kind of a poop DC. They do.
I'm exhausted.
I got your patch 8 right here.
Tell them text to speech. We haven't hit the Karlak romance scene yet, so let's hit up all the vendors, and then we'll long rest inside of Act 2.
What's up for discussion? If you're all right by Jahira,
Bailey's gonna apply and miss. I want to look at the piercing arrow that you can get in Act 3 and see if it's just the Arcane Archer thing. Because I've never actually scienced it. How do you manage to get such an accurate picture of me going up one flight of stairs? Haven't had time to try boom blade to deal the extra movement damage when the target moves themselves. I am not sure if moving them involuntarily triggers it. I think so, but you never know with how the game implements these things. But like, I forget that second part is even a thing because I care about the upfront interactions on it the most for my purposes. It is good to know though.
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the finest stock. What can I get you?
Yeah, alright, let's long rest. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, soldier. I thought I might come visit
Oh,
you
the
later.
backpack, I'm using it to
When everyone's asleep.
stop those items from refreshing whenever the vendor's inventory refreshes. Think of it as putting an item on layaway. Reserved for me to shop for later.
Me too. See you later. I can't wait.
My phone should be charged enough. Yeah, 39%, that should work.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is. Well, look how Kevin he is. I always love to see a playthrough of Karlak's alive. Me too.
Your mind mingles with Will's.
Finder up Raphael on the bridge in Act 1, ranged arrow on him. What point we spawned into camp? Can't remember though, I've done it before. The first time you attempt to leave the region. So, whether that's going to the mountain pass or going to the Shadow Curse lands.
Inside and outside the hells.
Note that if you interrupted him with an arrow, you will need to stop him from being able to speak in the camp. So, silence. Have the person attacking him wild-shaped, and then absolutely nobody nearby who can talk. That kind of thing.
The same, but either we find it, all right, and that, but she won't let me go without making a fuss.
I think the others are asleep.
Big lady?
Hi.
Big lady. How you feeling?
Like a creature. Pulse. Heat. Desire. Since I met
Bonk.
you, all I wanted was to be close to you.
Thank you, you're welcome.
I won't hurt you, right?
Let's take things slowly.
Slow. To tell you the truth, I feel like I have two modes. Off and on. You might have to show
Another way to
me
interrupt him
how
other than an
slow.
arrow. You can do surfaces. I use electrified water surface because that applies a condition that will tick on him when he's in the camp. And the reason why I want that is because I usually use a cutscene of Mizora talking, so that the tick happens while Mizora is talking, which causes his AI to break, which means I don't need silence. But if you do that method and then you don't have that cutscene trigger, then that messes the whole thing up. So you can do it with Caustic Brine and then silence. That's a good way of doing it solo without needing someone else to make a shot. Bring this up now? I've never brought this up now. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna go to.
Maybe I like slow after all. So, can I kiss you now?
Alright, you guys decide. I'm ordering food. We're the rude people voting for 3? Yeah, 3 is not an option. You need a motorboat? No, rude. Big lady and big lady. Large women.
Look at that. Not even a light singeing. Since I met you, all I wanted to do was touch you. Now that I can, I never want to let you go.
Such nice roommates. We should just be friends is crazy.
Really now, I hope you know that I'm yours. Completely. And I'd like to take you to bed now.
Gods be damned. It's a good day to be alive.
So we should be friends after the kiss? Like, that's the crazy part to me. Big lady and big lady. Yeah, big lady. the pasties. They're practicing grappling. Yeah. Karlak lost. Wrestlers. Yeah, they're it's nice to have hobbies while they're looking for husbands.
Dog pants through a ball held firmly in his mouth. He relinquishes the ball. It is well chewed.
Grappling's that the new word for it? Calisthenics and such, MMA practice, huh?
Oh, God, sorry. I was in my own world. Hi. Hello, good morning. Sorry I didn't wait around this morning. I was just buzzing. Didn't want to wake you.
Running joke between me and a friend of mine is they're practicing mechanics. Monday.
Still, you look so peaceful. I wanted to go wherever you were. But I'm me, so I did a lap of camp instead. Last night was incredible.
So wholesome.
This morning is incredible. Every moment with you is beyond belief. You still like me, right?
About that. Some of these options are crazy. Like, I keep saying it, but just consistently, like, the off-ramps they give you in romance dialogue in this game is like, damn, like that? Ah, it's classic romance option. I hate you. Yeah. Like, they're pretty bad just across the board.
I'm much more than like you too. And nothing bad is going to happen.
I feel like really putting someone down after getting their hopes up. You know what the biggest companion disapproval in the entire game that is not just making them leave the party outright is? It's dumping Karlach in this conversation. It is literally a bigger disapproval than killing Will's father.
In that case, bring it on. I adore you, you know.
Thank you. I should just thank you. Ooh.
I love you too.
Normal people, not tonight. I'm at a Lariat. I think we should break it.
Say that. Oh. My God, if I smile any bigger, my face is going to crack. Oh, I'm pathetic. Besotted. And it's all your fault.
Just got a lot going on at work.
So much to do, so much to see. Together. Hey!
Yeah, she's great. Alright, let's grab my buffs for the day. Night Singer's Favor, then Shield of Faith, and then we could actually do stuff. We could do Portal Defense. I did wake up Art a while ago, I just never told Halcyon about it. So why would I talk to him? Bursting Arrow would destroy my chest barricade, so that I don't love that. But and Piercing Arrow doesn't have the best range. It's probably many targets. I'm walking past my objective. Probably click a lot of many target arrows with Sleet Storm going. What's wrong with taking the back streets? Back streets back. I know you're referencing an entirely different musical area, but I'm going where I'm going with that. Are they? Great, now I have to listen to them. That's how it works. Imagine going a full hour in this stream without making a reference to an early 2000s or late 90s song. Couldn't be me. Also, I've been live for almost 5 hours already. Time is a scam. Honestly, with all the nostalgia tours going on lately, they probably are back.
On my way. At least they're peaceful.
What could they accomplish?
I should speak up.
Welcome back. Have you made... I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Both of those. I haven't bought the Spectator yet. Stunts are still alive too. Battleblade Resonance Stone is so good. Yeah, it is. When I think of Backstreet Boys, somehow I think of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I mean, that clip is pretty iconic.
Well,
I know exactly why, and yes, pretty good reason to. A mega bloodlust this time. Mason's Guild for Arcane Acuity hat.
Balin, where are you?
Let's go make the adamantine split. I want some flexibility with my gearing.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Still works, yep.
If the gods are watching me.
It's been working for me, at least. Toying with the idea of a Hexblade dip for rank run. Don't really want to. It would help with a few fights. What was your original plan for level 12 trade? It come. Any good bargains happening lately? I know someone who loves a good bargain. I'd ask him. Your class picking up mobile? One of these days, I'm going to be moving too quickly and I'm just going to jump into the chasm. It's already happened almost twice. It's almost happened twice this playthrough. I can words. I can brain. Me English good.
Seems simple enough.
Vaguely aware of patch being things out already. Yes, and if so, how do they nerf you? I'm playing the new fighter subclass that's out, Jaybridge, and it's a lot of fun. I originally, you know, I'm a cleric enjoyer. I originally was gonna focus on the new cleric subclass, but there was so much downplay of the fighter one that I spent some time messing around with it in the stress test, the closed stress test for patch 8, and I was like, all right, this is really cool. I have to play this one. I'm in the camp that was run on patch 7. Want to be faithful to that. Leave the 8 damage. 8 less damage on Bussy for answer. Okay, your Bussy will be juicy enough. I tried to keep a straight face. I really tried. Pally still Pally? Yep. Alright, so 1 less AC. But this allows me the flexibility to swap my helmet to whatever I need it to be.
Anything you want to say? Any.
Ceiling and bus is just so high now. Not scary high now. Don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, it's I think the interesting ways to mess around with it are access to it and also mitigating the damage to you. Like, doing it on evasion classes is cool because if we can get the damage ceiling up that high, then, well, it starts to get to the point where it's threatening to you. But then also applying it efficiently, action economy-wise, is quite an interesting question. I do think Nature Cleric, Hunter, and Arcane Archer are still kind of comfortably ahead of everyone else in that application. Gorilla's tagged as an ally here?
Sulfur.
That's a patch 8 change. I've never seen her tagged as an ally before.
Stone fragments. Mason's worked here. What's that?
Hunter as a class doesn't really need large posted damage since there's just a lot of it. Yeah. But it's funny. Failed. Side is it on? I don't remember. Should have used a bomb here. It's fine.
That might be worth a look.
This calls for careful footwork.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to go Quag to get Brood Mother's Revenge. I could do that soon-ish.
Oh, my hand slipped. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
I forgot to pop my elixir. Whoops.
One day, I'll catch a break.
Our soil application is a tricky part since there's just some clunk with that on not answer. I like the idea of using chilled to facilitate that. Because you apply chilled to someone, they have fire resist, and you could turn chilled into frozen to get rid of it immediately if you want to. So you could do like arsonist oil, hit someone, then you chill them with either Flail of Ages, Morning Frost, Cold Snap, and then you make them wet so that they freeze, and then the resist clears, and then it becomes fireball. There's also create water, apply our soil, destroy water. Yeah, Transmutation Wizard, you could make a fire resist transmutation stone, put it into someone's inventory, and then as a free action, make a new stone, which will destroy the old one and remove the resist. You could do that with Transmutation Wizard 6. Oil of Ages in BG3? Yeah, it's an Act 3 item. Fun to do on aura and non-contagion classes. They fixed portrait pinging, seemingly. But they did not fix that.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Low strength moment. Yes, 18 strength is low strength. Alright, now we switch to Adamantine Splint. Helmet of Arcane Acuity. Lose my fire resistance this way, so I'll be a little careful against a couple of things, but meh. I got the Nox Scroll, which has a bunch of useful applications. What can we do now that we have Acuity? I don't have Amulet of Branding yet, which I think I'd prefer to have for the Yeargler. I do like just one-shotting him. Maybe I could do a slower fight. I do want to get the Hellfire Hand Crossbow. Let's go get Broodmother's Revenge. Using the Shadow Blade from Arabella's ring? Yes. It's no longer concentration. You don't even need to keep the ring equipped anymore. It's crazy useful. I want to talk about my rank tier gear. Think about toothpick stuff for this. Crusader's Mantle is just better. My food's here. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah. We came back to Act 1 so that I can kill Quag for Broodmother's Revenge. Not a great necklace. Not really a fan. But considering my piercing arrow doesn't apply coatings, there are situations where it's not a terrible pick. Let me clarify, the reason why I don't think highly of Broodmother's Revenge is because coatings are so good. If you don't make a habit of using coatings, well, one, change that, but option 2 is Broodmother's is fine. Hey Scott, how are you?
another step forward.
As a damage increase, you don't need to think about, which is fine for some people. Yeah.
Don't want to draw any attention. What do we have here?
I'm gonna like move over.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Still feel pain when I see it in Act 3. Like, please buy the worm. Yeah, after the game throws money at you. Some people just never engage with coatings. Like, they don't even think about the possibility. It's not like an active choice. It's just, it's not something that crosses the mind. Like, you'll genuinely see people playing the cookie cutter, Gloomstalker, Assassin, Archery stuff, and they'll get to, for example, Raphael, a situation where something actually has AC, and is able to sometimes survive the first turn. And they'll be unable to hit. And they'll be like, but what do I do? Oil of accuracy never comes up in the mind. It's just a matter of, there's a lot of mechanics in this game, and that's one that, is not commonly explored.
Softer than a whisper.
Takes
Gape. DC 18, nice. Do I need to waste a grasp on you? I'll do it. You still saved? The 19. Forgot to lube up. No point grasping, you have Misty stuff. Perfectly anecdotal statement here. I'm pretty sure any hit percentage shown by the game that's 60% or less means you miss more than you hit. That's probably not true. It certainly feels that way. It's not true, but you know that. Just as a general vibe for my decision making with attack rolls, if I see less than 95%, I plan around what happens if I miss. If you ever see me making an attack roll that's less than 90%, it's because I do not care if it hits or not. If you see me take an attack roll on less than 70%, I'm memeing. I'm not being serious. Tadpole Elixir also is good against Raphael. Since you have Redstone, you already have Wood Save disadvantage. Yeah, I guess concentration becomes an issue, but if you're doing greater health, you work out to neutral. Like, Shield Master, so Incinerate doesn't damage you. You can make it pretty safe. All the way to TB. What, Tavern Brawler? Accuracy? Yeah. Tavern Brawler accuracy is really nice. Yeah, the reason why I take it is the accuracy and the half ASI. Like, the damage is cool, sure, but I really value the accuracy very highly. This is why you don't really see me take things like Sharpshooter and Great Weapon Master very often. Because that amount of damage, in my mind, is not worth the loss of consistency. I think also it's all the gloomy asses taking Sharpshooter with Titan String. What, that don't use coatings? Just greater their accuracy on a bow that's likely killing the same number of shots anyway. Yeah. Makes no sense. There isn't thought involved. Like, it's not a logical thing, but the decision wasn't made based on logic or knowledge. It's just like, hey, this is what people say to do, so I'm gonna do it. We're playing Eldritch Blast build late game, the blast is like 45% chance of most enemies, that was just sad. Yeah, it seems like that build didn't have enough accuracy. You can get Eldritch Blast hanging out at that. Basically everything's 90% threshold. And even outside of that, a cool thing you can do, you can use minus crit as functional accuracy. For 5% on Ultra Boss. I'm assuming it was Spell Might against Raphael. Probably no Rhapsody. Probably not Mask of Soul Perception. Being base like Tavern Brawler does. Tavern Brawler isn't base. Tavern Brawler is an accuracy bonus. Just starting with a false premise there. Didn't mean base, but you said base. Alright, here's how much Tavern Brawler is doing for your accuracy, at most. With a setup that you definitely don't have, it's up to plus 10. But more realistically, you're looking at getting plus 8, because most people go Cloud Giant with Tavern Brawler. So let's say plus 8 accuracy. If you run around with Rhapsody, Mask of Soul Perception, that is already plus 5. You then, in your other hand, have something that gives another plus 1, which you can do. It's plus 6. If you have a permanent Bless going, which every build in Act 3 can, it's another 1d4. So minimum plus 1. See what I'm getting at? What are you eating today? Sushi. Almost done. Spicy tuna's good today. Alright, let's kill some druids while I'm here. Mouse killing me. Still sore as hell from getting teeth pulled last week. Oh, I'm sorry. Hope the recovery time is as painless as it could possibly be. That's the thing about Town Brawler, you don't need to set up. So for mid-game, late game, sure help most builds, like Town Brawler, just one click, boom, 90% accuracy the rest of the run. Not against everything, though. You want to know why that's true? What number is Tavern Brawler checking for the bonus it's applying? I'll answer. It's checking your strength. You have to boost your strength. It's not free. It can be easy, but it's not necessarily easier than simply equipping Rhapsody. Not like an Act 3 feat. There's no such thing as an Act 3 feat. All feats are available at level 4. If you took Tavern Brawler, you didn't take something else.
I'm done.
The Tavern Brawler versus Alert conversation is quite a juicy one. For example, include Heavy Armor Master there to make it so you can just have turns where it doesn't matter if you hit or not because there's no retaliation. There's no penalty for you having bad accuracy. You just take all the time you need. Point is, it's not free. Your perception of it is the thing you're used to is easier.
I don't need any attention right now.
Death won't take me yet. On my way.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Making sure I have free action on.
I'll strike you down.
Aim. Quite a delay there.
Press ahead.
This calls for careful footwork.
You're vile.
Terminator. Your violence.
If not over, then through.
It's the stupid birch.
With me in an open view. Here we go again.
Never wanted the easy path.
Or vile. Thank you.
fit in my pack. I'll give it a shot. I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Didn't we just long rest, like, recently?
Out of sight, out of mind.
Min damage on the bird.
Moving in. Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Harpies? Yeah, we go fight the harpies.
Better not be cursed.
Hey, Grim Preacher. How's patch 8 been turned on so far, officially at least? I really like this subclass. It's very fun. So much cool shit you can do with it. Why do I have the guidance amulet on? I have no guidance. Why did I equip that? So I'm trying to picture something Tavern Brawler goes with you 95% of the run. Strength and character creation elixirs. And if you get strength from character creation or elixirs alone, that is not automating everything you're talking about doing. Like, opportunity costs is the thing, Nikau. And this is something that a lot of people overlook in build crafting. Nothing is free. Everything has a cost. You are claiming that Tavern Brawler is something that's just less complicated, and it really isn't. It's just something that you have done versus putting gearing under a microscope, which is something you clearly have not done.
Better be cautious.
Like, I get the core premise that Tavern Brawler is simpler. It's not. It's a feat versus equipping an item that says accuracy on it. Either way, you're accomplishing the same thing. Really simpler, goes with you since the beginning type of stuff. So, talking about the earlier conversation where we were talking about coatings and how people don't tend to use those, oils of accuracy are available the entire game, plus 2 accuracy you put on your weapon, plus 2. That's very impactful if you want to know how much in terms of your attacking stat that is 4 worth of your attacking stat. That's there the whole game. It's very simple to use, but people don't do that. The Bless Ring from Volo is with you the entire game. You can get plus 3 weapons in Act 1 and have them for the entire game. You get Silver Sword of the Astral Plane from Voss. You could get Blood of Lathander from the Kresh, which is, Act 1.5. You get, this is a perception issue. Don't really know it's classified as an unarmed attack. Punches, certain class-specific things. Monks have a bunch of stylized unarmed attacks. Barbarian has a couple of them. Sometimes the game considers throwing to be this in-between between weapon attacks and unarmed. So it gets some throw-related stuff, some unarmed-related stuff, some weapon-related stuff. It's a little bit of a grab bag. But generally, it does mean punches. convenient. Get what you're saying? It can be as convenient. Aren't fists on your arms, though? No, I mean, if you think about it, feet are leg fists, right? Like, if you scrunch up your toes, you can make a leg fist.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and ends? I've scavenged all
Well, no way, fingertips but not toe tips. You're able to tip toe, not tip finger. For accuracy delays is convenient has a cost. That's the underlying point here, and this is a good conversation topic. I don't want anyone to feel discouraged by us having this conversation because it's a topic that I feel doesn't get brought up enough, and I've talked about it a bit recently. I've been trying to bring it up more, but opportunity cost. Like, things are not free. For example, the perception that strength elixirs are free, they're not. They cost your elixir slot. Your elixir slot is extremely flexible. You can do a lot of different things with it. Dex gloves, not free. You give up your glove slot. Your glove slot is very strong. Feats, they're not free. Even, hugely desirable ones that are very easy to make work right out of the box, like Alert, like Heavy Armor Master, like Tavern Brawler, they are not free because they're competing with each other. You take one, you didn't take the others. And certain combinations of classes, certain restrictions, certain builds will have less access to feats. Like, I'm a pure class fighter. I already have 3 feats. But by the time I was level 8, I have 3 feats. Pure class rogue doesn't get their 3rd feat until level 10. Every other class doesn't get their 3rd feat until level 12. So, the value of individual feats you take shifts a lot. And if you multi-class, you might be lucky to get a 2nd feat at all. Some multi-classes don't even get 1 feat, Opportunity cost is a very real thing. Fixed throw damage, tactician blow, patch 8 still broken. I don't know what you mean by broken. Mystic line. You're gonna have to be more specific. And I don't know what you're even referring to. This game-related question. Randomly pick up legendary items like the scroll says it's Goblin's Drawing. Yeah, that's not legendary. So if it's orange border like this, that means it's related to a quest. It'll either give you key information about a quest, or is something you directly, use or hand to someone for a quest. Now, there are other things that are not highlighted in that boundary, that border, that advance and contribute to quests, but that's the thing they have in common. Damage calculated more than it should be. So it's not that it's broken, it's that honor mode has different rules from tactician and below. It's that the game handles them with different rule sets. So, like, for example, Hunter's Mark. Below Honor Mode, Hunter's Mark is a separate instance of damage. Not it being broken, not it being a bug, it's just that's how the game handles it. In Honor Mode, for balance purposes, to make it harder for the player, it's not a separate instance of damage, it merges. But that's not something being broken, it's a balancing decision. I don't have a regular dagger on me. It's abnormal. Also want to provide some random items or legendary. So legendary is like this one, the yellow. Now, if you got a little color blindness, they can. I imagine they could look a little similar, but yellow is legendary. It even says the word legendary on it. Be more exactly, like Hunter's Mark does damage applied below honor? No. It means exactly what I said. So, go over it again. Hunter's Mark. The way it works is whenever you hit the target under the influence of Hunter's Mark with a weapon attack or a throw attack, they take this damage in addition to whatever you did. In Honor mode, this damage is added to the instance and included in the damage number of what you did. In Tactician and below, it is a separate instance. It's a separate line in the combat log. And the game treats it as you hit a different time. For the purpose of how damage is calculated, how various buffs and effects and abilities work, whether it's one instance of damage or two matters. It's not the same. For example, if you had lightning charges on Honor mode, lightning charges happen once. Tactician, lightning charges happen twice, because this is 2 hits, not 1. That's saying force damage because of Air Mister. Yes, Hunter's Mark matches the damage type of the weapon you hit with. And my equipped weapon is Air Mister. It would show as psychic damage. Shadow Blade. See? For some reason I just don't see alert as a super priority early, by probably 100 times the time and knowledge of game's perception. There's also a 9-day difference. So it's the effect. Looking at the effect of what you could get at the cost of your feet at that point in the game, and looking at the threats. So let's look at initiative here. The Sleeping Bugbear has +2. Let's say this is my first visit to the Blighted Village. The most I could have in terms of my initiative is +3. Because most likely not level 4 yet. But let's say I was level 4 but without a feat. The best I can have is still +3. If I went and beat up Auntie Ethel and got Hag Hair to set my dex to 18 from 17, I could have +4. Okay. Let's say I went to Roa Moonglow and grabbed Bow of Awareness and got to +5. That's still not enough to guarantee outspeeding this guy unless I'm tying his dexterity. Oh, unless I'm beating his dexterity, excuse me. So, unless I have a higher dex mod, I need +4, or excuse me, I need +3 over minimum. Either 3 or 4, depending on dexterity, to ensure that I beat someone's initiative, because initiative is rolled on a d4. So, like, let's say I roll a 1, and I have no initiative bonuses, and he rolls a 1 with his +2 initiative bonus. He goes first. Let's say I rolled a 2, he still goes first. The value of alert is that it's +5. So that means that any enemy that doesn't have an initiative bonus at all, you win. This is before your dex mod even has to come into play. But with your dex mod, that starts to get to the point where enemies who have significant bonuses to their initiative or very high dexterity scores, which there are a lot of in the game, it means consistency. It means you go first. And in terms of having more control over your run, you don't have to worry about, oh, I lost initiative, now everyone's getting to attack me. If you have that initiative under control. You don't necessarily need alert to do that, But choosing to take something instead of alert means you have more pressure put on you to resolve your initiative problem. If I didn't have alert right now, I would have +4 initiative. We're getting ready to fight Yrgir in a bit today. You know what you need to guarantee you outspeed Yrgir? +12. You know what happens if you don't outspeed Yrgir? It's entirely possible that he decides to put legendary action on you, throw bombs at your feet, blow up the bombs, and if you survive the bombs, then if you attack, he hits you with radiant damage that can't miss, with the potential of also hitting you with an attack roll. And if you somehow survive that, if the Marigans are before you as well, they will either attack the bombs at your feet or throw the bombs at you. And if you somehow survive that and also got outsped by the Displacer Beast, not only do its melee attacks do a lot, it can displace you on its bonus action, doing psychic damage whether you succeed or fail, and moving you into a position where Marigans can push you into the chasm, or you blow up, or. The value of alert is consistency. You can completely control what happens. He can also target you with the bombs, and if they hit you, you're prone. And they inflict Infernal Burning, which shuts off your healing. And they are split fire and force damage. And Yrgir's attacks can also do slashing, piercing, poison, and thunder damage. You don't let him go before you. So that's why alert's good. Doesn't matter how much accuracy you have if you get outsped and deleted before your turn happens. And there are combats where that can happen if you don't have other hard counters to set combats. That's the fun of it. I don't find losing dozens of hours of a challenge run to me not preparing for something that I had complete control over and then gambling that on pure RNG, I don't find that fun. I find that to be making a bad choice.
Must be on my way.
Because we could apply that logic to so many stupid things. Like, for example, I could start throwing smoke powder bombs at my feet and hoping they low roll so my run doesn't end. That's the fun of it. Like, that's how I view that. Especially when you are asserting that certain things have value in comparison to each other. You got to get in the weeds of, okay, objective value, not shit for the memes. Example, that sounds fun. Listen. You know, alerts, you're get a surprise round 2. If you went through the dialogue, yes. You never see me talk to Yrgir. Ever. I always attack him. On runs where I have alert or runs where I don't. Because either I want a surprise round to lock down the Marigans, or I want to burst down Yrgir before he gets to do anything, or I don't want to get surprised myself. Could be any of them. Difference between challenge runners and casual gamers, I guess. Never thought about it that deep before I went to challenge running and solo stuff. And that's understandable, Aragorn Kisser. I imagine you are also not going around making assertions about the value of game mechanics versus each other without, you know, thinking about the game mechanics, right? In no way is the discussion of value of a feat saying, hey, you can't use this. This is stupid. Do something else. No, if you hear me say something like ASI is a bad feat, it's because from an optimization perspective, as a challenge runner, there is always a better click. There's always something mechanically more useful that I could point to an actual situation in the game and view it as a solution to that problem. That is not me saying, hey, you can't use that. Don't do it ever. It's different. Get short.
The wall is riddled with the passage. You flint.
Past. Lost my honor run to Merkel, 60 hours. Oh, I'm sorry, Squishmaster Flex. Merkel's a common run killer. I'm sorry to hear. Where do you bullet now? I could do Colossus. Paralytic. No, I should really just do Wet Lightning to get through the scales.
Clementine!
Bunch of tentacle resisted. Caustic Band won't be helpful. So Shadow Cloak Ring. Mother's not helpful. Guess it doesn't hurt here though. Baneful Striking makes more sense here. When death means back to Nautiloid cutscene, something's of different weights compared to the load the last save, try again. Point for Automo challenge, it's completely fair. Right. If you're doing something where you're able to save and load and continue, there's no stakes. You can just keep trying. You don't need things like guaranteed initiative consistency. That's very true. Able to punch through 2/3 of Diamond Scales just a force crit Arab Slaying. Amulet Branding makes it very consistent. Even without Titan String, you can get very far with just that much. Is true. Which bolt could technically do it? I could use Blight to punch through more of it. I remember the Monstrosity Slaying Arrow. I did. Got him, Crawler Mucus, that's that. He saved? Rude. You're prone, though. Quite a few conditions. Don't have another paralytic. Unfortunately.
Have to keep going. Time to get going.
This calls for careful footwork.
Clear your gate. Still got grasping arrow on you. Rupture. Strike.
Best be on my way.
That was satisfying. Through resistance, it did that much. Hey, Elena. How you doing? Big boys? Ah, I should have. Do a defender flip. It's like Arcane Archer just keeps shredding. It's so good. I'm having a great time with this class. Spectator? Yeah, we could go deal with Spectator now. Ooh, helmet of Autonomy. I don't really love Broodmothers here. Do Serpent Fang. Yeah. Keeping wounds on cooldown. Sag. Oh yeah, do I have a peg? Don't. Okay, we're doing Harper's.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Okay, cool. Action surge. Am I okay with the full resource dump here? Kind of. I do want to land this grasping arrow on you. There we go. You take damage when you move. You have Serpent Fang on you. Really wish I had Gaping Wounds available right now. It's okay. Stop the Rupture. Back up. Frightened. It did pull all of them in. Down to one. Stole my kill. I was trying to bloodlust off a door in there. Was that disco ball move? Spectator legendary action. Aside from Charm Person, Tadpole Charm, no Sorcery from Charm exists. Arcane Archer has a maneuver for it. The Cambion summon from Planar Ally or the Infernal Rapier has a charm it can use. The Charm Person spell, Instinctive Charm from Enchantment Wizard. The new Bard subclass has some charm stuff. Flight isn't counting for the movement thing. Oh, but it hovering is. There you go. Panache, yep. Swashbuckler ability.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, Archfey, Nature Cleric, Devotion Paladin all have selective charm options. I think Devotion Paladin does. Hey Roxy, how are you? Are new to the game? How do you get the bubble around your character? Yeah, like Elena said, the lifted power shield with rolls. Nothing to be sorry about. That's actually a really common question. It's this right here.
Should mind my step. Open up.
What's my XP? Don't want to burn another rest yet. Not much left to fight in this act. Free Balin whenever. Probably dumb question. Arcane Archer shots work with crossbows? They do. I'm doing a crossbow-centric build right now. Not a dumb question at all. I took the crossbow expert feat specifically because I want to do crossbow stuff here. So I can confirm that it works. So dealt with the Zents. Intentionally. I guess Voss and the patrol are still there. Do I want that smoke right now, though? They might actually not still be there. Time for war, guys? I don't really want to do it that early. What's in that area that I want? Reverb gloves? Not really. Strange conduit ring? I think it's Syracuse time. Alright, so what's the play? Sentinel shields corrects my initiative. Let's go Arcane Acuity. I like Baneful Striking for this. Shadow Blade for constant advantage. We'll do Ring of Protection. between Caustic Band and other things. Probably Ring of Free Action just in case the Hoarding Merrigan has something crazy. Doing a large scroll will open with Ice Storm. Use Drake Throat on anything? No, it's not on me. Instinctive Charm is pretty great. Yeah, so elected to play through with it. Off to the best and worst part of my week, therapy. May the big lady keep quiet until I get back. That sounds good, Kels. Good job taking care of yourself. We could do Drake Throat cold with Snowburst Ring. Actually, kind of like that idea. I know your gear resists cold. Gravitating more towards crossbows is just having brace plus piercing strike and the big damage dies, but it worked for me. I like the big damage die on heavy crossbows. I'm liking the action economy of hand crossbows while still having access to gaping wounds for overall good damage. But a lot of the hand crossbow decision was influenced by Nearmesser being pretty good in the Gauntlet of Shar and against Thizabald. Calm down after having the most quintessential woman on the internet experience. Gonna get some healing big ladies in chat. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry about the whole men thing. It's rough, buddy. Oh. I see. Yeah. Beyond parody sometimes, huh? What happened? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Sprayed Purple Worm rolled well for ranked strat. Yeah. Kurth is more worth. Elena, one of the most cultured people around. Bad aim. There we go.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Okay, we Jurgen. So I have Baneful Striking on. So I want to land a solid hit to begin with. Start with this. That even crit. Nice. We take those. Now we make him gape. Grasping arrow. Puts your strength saves. Very good. Not a proficiency, but go for Enfeeble. Kinda tempted to just click another Arrow of Slaying here. Go for this, actually. We go for the haste play. Trying to avoid him doing the throw the bombs reaction. Good. Yurgert. Mm-hmm. Hang on. He's breathing. He's breathing. Why? Why not? Reluctantly listening. Escaped. Bravo, that's... DC 24 on my arcane shots. They can only go up to 22. Feels good. To suggest the Spirit of Evening. I was thinking about it. You're right. Yeah, I was thinking about a trade. This is definitely a Spirit of Evening run in terms of what I should get. But, like, do I want it? I probably get it. I've just been on a Spirit of Evening streak. Although, I guess it hasn't been a streak, has it? I didn't get Spirit of Evening and no looting. I got it in the Astarian run, so kind of alternating. We're in this chat, chances are no, we're not. He's right. Good old snowburst strats. Always reliable. Beast slaying. Don't. Be lethargic next turn. I do want the Hoarding Merrigan dead, because I still don't know what scrolls it has. I'm gonna accept a lethargic turn here. Suppose you could use Ambusher. Hadn't given too much thought to Act 3 weapons. I'll have to keep considering that. I mean, Shadow Blade will kind of always remain good. Snowburst on that's crazy. I love it. I do kind of want to play Keep Away from the Displacer Beast right now. I was letting that American get to me. First early Raphael on PC, gotta say it's much easier and quicker. Nice, Tinny. Yeah, Acuity Snowburst, Arcane Archer. Unsurprisingly, quite silly. Displacer Beast can do a disgusting amount of damage. I'm way more afraid of it than any of the Americans, except the one that has scrolls. It's fully possible for the one that has scrolls to just YOLO a Disintegrate and you roll a 1 and just die.
Death won't take me yet. I wonder what brought me from to a place like this.
Fire hand crossbow. Direct upgrade. Weapon, offhand weapons going from +0 to a +2.
Don't waste a step.
Bro had Phantasmal Killer, Circle of Death, Dominate Person. Yeah, killing the Hoarding Merrigan was correct. Phantasmal Killer could have screwed me over completely. Circle of Death less so. I don't think it would have gotten in targeting range. And also with necrotic resistance, wouldn't kill me. Dominate person, I don't think I'd be willing to do if I'm by myself. And if I did, combat would likely just end. Until I break out of the effect. And also give you purple DJ plate if maybe you want to Char and Retribution. One of the many patch 8 runs I want to do is retaliation builds with some of the new tech on the table. With DJ half plate in Act 3 rather than Bone Spike Garb. But probably not this run. And I still have to research NPCs in Rivington who would make good candidates for applying Shield of Faith to me.
What the hell's has been happening here?
Otherwise, I'll have to get a consistent route for having Adriel to Connor in Rivington and having her actually function. There way make sure Lae'zel doesn't mess up the boss encounter if you forgot to free her from her cage and she's no longer there. Kill her before she gets to talk to them is an option, I suppose. I'm not super knowledgeable on that one. Make sure you do the talking, not Lae'zel. There you go. Yeah, I do know if you let Lae'zel do the talking, the Gith will aggro on both of you. Voss will tell them to kill her, and then they'll assume you're with her. And they'll just be perma-hostile to you, too. Some of the new tech you have in mind for that. Hexblade's Curse. Death Cleric can ignore necrotic resistance, meaning Hex will be more applicable against more things. Stars Druid can make it so they're at no risk of losing their concentration. So you could more justifiably continue to concentrate while doing retaliation stuff. Those were the primary ones. I think there was something else, I'm not remembering what it was. Don't want to waste wall of fire here. To adamantine Aldusk. Don't want painful striking right now. Magic Arrow wasn't applied for some reason. Like 9 Cleric, 2 Druid, 1 Warlock. It's more of really cranking out Necrotic or Stars. I think Stars Dip is gonna become more common once people really assess the value. They really cooked with Stars Druid, a lot of fun so far. Yeah, Stars Druid has a lot of tech that I'm very interested in. Particularly... yeah, Starry Form Dragon. When you make a saving throw to maintain concentration on a spell, a roll result of 9 or lower is considered a 10. So you have what is effectively reliable talent for your concentration saves. So the only way your concentration breaks is going prone, getting hit with Sleet Storm or Arcane Interference, or taking a hit so large that the DC goes high enough that you're capable of failing. And this is something you get at level 2 of Stars Druid. Of level 2. And it's an until long rest. It's like you just turn it on. And it's just there. No timer, you just do it. You also get a per turn bonus action radiant damage breath weapon. That, much like Dragonborn breath weapon, scales with your constitution. It's really cool. So yeah, I expect to see more 2 stars dips and builds, particularly wizard setups. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if the sauce for playing Bladesinger as people envision Bladesinger becomes 2 stars druid, so that your concentration is completely secured. Yeah, you get a class-specific long rest resource that is exclusively for using Guiding Bolt. That's pretty rad. Does the Shadowblade from Maribel's Ring go away on long rest? Yes. But the Shadowblade spell from the ring is on a short rest cooldown. And you don't even need to keep the ring equipped.
That has a
End up doing Death Domain Cleric instead of Hexblade Warlock for your twin spell, and Toll the Dead is awesome. I bet. When I play Death Cleric, I will probably actually go for Bone Chill over Toll the Dead, personally. You know, you eventually have access to both, but I'm probably leaning Bone Chill. Attack roll usually better. I would agree. Not always, but often. Gargled mouthwash, stuff in my tooth socket, or got pulled last Wednesday, came out, and it looks bad. Ugh. Hopefully everything's okay. Oh, great. Sure. There's much more efficient ways of handling this. I just thought it would be fun to throw rats at other rats. I was right. Failed athletics to push a rat. Yeah, alright. So-called big lady. quite like a quick rat toss. Yeah, just as a treat. Combat ended. Can I share a big honor mode accomplishment I just made? Absolutely. Please do. Sure, I would fail to push a rat too. I'm too clumsy. Would definitely fall on my face trying to do that. Oh, I'm right there with you. Athletics failed. How's that so relatable? Critical miss. Yeah, sure. I feel like talking to him. Hey, he doesn't have freedom of movement. Why doesn't he have freedom of movement? Did they remove freedom of movement from him in patch 8? Or did I kill him before the condition was applied? No, he normally has that in rat form too. Confused. Knocked out Minty, killed Ragzone without barrel Minty. Let's go, Chaotix. Huge W. Love to hear that. That's fucking awesome. Good job. Also, legendary as this is gone. Did they actually just nerf this guy in patch 8? Why? Got him with the old gape and grasp. He does still have Char's sight, at least. Bro just does nothing. Okay. Funny. So, has anyone else fought Lurthendor yet on patch 8? Doesn't have his gear either. I think that must have been from how I attacked him in the dialogue. Because I didn't get his XP either. I think I just kind of broke that whole thing.
I'm done.
He didn't give XP, he didn't have his gear, he didn't have 2 of the features he normally does. I think I wasn't planning on that gear. So do not throw rats. No, the throwing rats part was fine. It was, I shot him while he was in rat form and trying to talk to me. Shooting him when he's in rat form without trying to talk to him was fine. And then fighting him after he's transformed, after he's gone hostile in dialogue, also fine. I somehow found a gray area that isn't. We could go for more of Moonrise, I guess. Your Scimitar does have working Shadow Blade now to test the blinding part. That's cool. So now there are 3 easy to obtain one-handed weapons that just give you advantage against the majority of things in the entire game. You got Shadow Blade, Knife of the Undermountain King, and Justiciar Scimitar. Almost every time he stays in rat form for me and still drops all the gear patch 7, obviously. Yeah, that was my experience in patch 7 too.
Here goes nothing.
A lifeless eye stares at.
Saved. What did you fucking roll? 16. Alright. Do I care if you call reinforcements? You don't think I do. Should've brought more spells. Three of them. They're all paladins. They go for Abjure Enemy. They can't all get to me on this turn. 27 AC, 3 DR, do my crit immunity. Yeah, I'm not worried. Hi, Kevin. What the cat doing? 8 with advantage. With a little acuity off that. Feeble. Your weapon attacks I'm not worried about. I don't think this is even gonna... Maybe have an angle. Kind of. I have an angle to get a darkness arrow here to limit your options. That'll probably make you go around this way instead, which I'm okay with. So possible sprint to Moonrise, yoink the Moonlight from Balthazar's room, go back by Karnas. Should be. Should only call 3 guards. War God's Blessing's on the table now, so I have to be careful. Only 1 adept, though. Step so I can benefit from my haste force. I have an angle on you. Ending on you. Still on Bloodlust. Do I have a peg scroll? No, I should. War God's Blessing means I need to actually be careful. Fire shield to pick up cold resist in case of Hunger of Hadar. It'll also make the paladins hit themselves very hard if they hit me. Would have been funny. Rolled an 18. Don't love the ace scores here. Thank you, volatile shield. Okay, worked out. Review. Not 2 acuity. You're only at 37. Just hoping for a kill there. Must be enough acuity to do this. Should secure a kill on you. Call the weak. That lets me move up and break line of sight. I'm gonna eat this. Small heal. That walk animation, I was slowed. The other adept. The acolyte. You joined late enough, that's good. Nice prone. You're still entangled. Like if you were also. And you're prone too. That's great for me. Quick heals removes after enemy slow because paladin abilities are a joke. Retreat. Okay, you have Bless. So I'm unlikely to stick stuff to you. Good. That's exactly what I was hoping would happen. Didn't think it would. I kind of thought that somehow the height difference would stop that, but I'm very okay with the outcome. Arrow, clean those up. Well, yeah, Fire Shield was in case the Adepts used War God's Blessing to ensure the Paladins could hit me, then I would be eating up to 4 smites a turn. So the idea behind Fire Shield was to make it so they would potentially die by hitting me before I die from them hitting me. Pretty efficient way of clearing out the place. for being honest. Into the rupture. There's two there that aren't in combat. Path interrupted. So just get an extra shot on you. And move up. Not how I drew this up, but this is a fun way of handling this fight. Kind of like it. Really good choke point. Extension broken? Yes, the extension is just broken for the new content. Got a spell slots already? Did you just not have an angle for guiding bolt, but you did for Sacred Flame? Still doing a crime response down there. Walking around in a Raj's room. A little oblivious. Broken altogether. It worked for you guys voting on a dialogue choice I made earlier. So that functionality at least still works. Critical miss. Gear that makes the ice surface with Draconic Elemental Cold again. Snowburst ring. You get it in the last light in. Perception check on one of the floorboards. This. And the ice surface created by it is affected by spell save DC, so I am using Helmet of Arcane Acuity. Alright, sell it, Bryn. If that is your real name. Be careful killing this one there, because it'll definitely get me witness. Oh no, there you go. Join combat. We're good now. Click heals to get rid of after enemy. That's it for Moonrise guards. Mig should actually still be in the other room, but outside of Mig. To lower strength there. No chance to play the patch yet. Any new items go with new classes? Not really. They did rework 2 existing items. At least 2 existing items. There's one pair of gloves that never worked at all at any point in the game's life that they changed the effect and also made them work. So, functionally a new item. Also, the Shadow Blade has been completely revamped as well. A couple other items got some bug fixes. There's a lot of bugged items that still don't work, but rather than creating new ones, they cleaned up some existing ones. I think your strength's low enough now. Okay, how do I do with you? Construct Slaying? Never bought that. What do I need to roll? Near max. Sharpness, don't. Switch to Colossus, slightly easier. Do that. Even other items that don't work. Yeah, quite a bit. Quite a few, I should say. There we go. Scrying Eyes Mind Collapse. Uh-huh. So we still have the goblins. Thundersmite is a verbal component. It can be silenced. Yes. Yes, JD. normal. Cool. Yeah, Broodmother's Revenge for this is actually decent.
Very well.
Did loot.
What's inside?
Important ones to avoid since they don't work. Unfortunately, the Amulet of Baal does not and has never worked on Honor mode. It does work on lower difficulties, but on Honor mode, the item is just a key. It has no effect when equipped. Which is unfortunate, because it would be really fun to mess around with. What else? The Boots of Speed, they say that they impose disadvantage on opportunity attacks against you while Click Heals is active, but what that actually does is imposes disadvantage on your opportunity attacks while Click Heals is active. These these boots are still really great to use, but just be aware of that.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
This robe here that says while raging the wearer generates 2 turns of wrath has never worked. You get the +2 constitution there, but that wrath gen has never worked. The Cloak of the Weave in Act 3 says it has absorb elements on top of its other effect. It doesn't. Blood of Lathander's Cheat Death will only work if you long rest with it equipped. Unless they fix that this patch. The advantage on saving throws on Shar's Spear of Evening doesn't work. The bonus attack rolls and damage on the crossbow long arm of the Gur in Act 3 also does not work. That's all I can think of right now. There's a few more, but that's off the top of my head. We'll keep Gust of Wind scroll. Could be useful. Punish Darkness. Fire. Lightning. Thankfully, game's loaded with useful stuff. Exactly. It's unfortunate there's a bunch of stuff that's never been able to shine, but there's a lot of stuff that still does anyway. Good outlook to have. So big lady is big lady. I did Dahlia.
Anything you want to say? Any.
Made you pick Arcane Archer first. Seeing a lot of the downplay of it before people really even gave it a chance, Rusty Bear Gaming. I'm a person who likes showing what's possible, and before ever playing or seeing the class in action, I saw a very large amount of people on the internet being like, oh, this one's gonna suck. So in the stress test, I messed around with it a bit and immediately was like, oh, this is actually crazy strong and I'm really enjoying this. So I decided to do that one first. The original plan was to play Death Cleric first, because Cleric is my favorite class. But, I got derailed by this just being really cool. Similar with Blade Singing for you? Nice. I hope you've been enjoying it. Why did I come to camp? Need Halberd from Shark. I don't know how they thought that. Must have been tabletop bias. Yes. But remember, people also are wrong about the value of things in tabletop. But yeah, Arcane Archer has a resource problem in tabletop. In BG3, it does not have a resource problem. Instead of having 2 arcane arrows, you have up to 10.
Think you can take me on?
And despite being a class built around spending a particular resource, it does not have a lot of the issues Battlemaster does, where those clicks are less efficient than class-agnostic things, and it also doesn't have the issue Battlemaster does, where once you're out of resources, there's nothing you gain from your class. So they really cooked with it. Veterans finding the class they like according to their playstyle. Yeah, me too. Plan to play Arcane Archer War Cleric from a multiplayer run with friends. Cool. I do need to give War Clerics War Priest charges another chance post-patch 8. They made a couple of changes to the logic of when they're available. I like War Domain, but before patch 8, I would always make sure to dump my War Priest charges at the start of every day, so that they wouldn't inhibit what I wanted to do with my turns. Because they did not come online in a way that made sense. So often you'd get locked in a position where it's like, hey, your attack costs a bonus action. But you're like, but wait, I wanted to do something else with my bonus action. Can I do that and then attack with my main action? No. Like, why not? Just fuck you. Like, oh. Alright. So, they did mention that in the patch notes, so hopefully it works better now. I think Swashbuckler, Multiclass, and Arcane Archer would work. Everything can work. The question is, why would you do it? I don't really see the need to multiclass either of those classes, personally. Because remember, multiclassing isn't free. Opportunity cost. You lose your high-level features. If you go any more than 1 level outside of Arcane Archer, you're losing Fighter's improved extra attack. If you go any more than 2 out of Arcane Archer, you're losing your upgrade from 7 arrows to 10. With Swashbuckler, just like with every rogue subclass, every odd-numbered level is a sneak attack increase. Level 10 is where rogue gets their 3rd feat. So, level 11's reliable talent. Yeah, you lose a lot of stuff multiclassing. In particular, with Rogue and Fighter, I say that you lose more than you gain by multiclassing. This is a general rule. You lost some Bard functionality if you go 11 Bard, 1 Rogue. You lose a feat. Every class gets a feat at level 12. So, you would lose that. Also, what are you gaining from the Rogue level? Don't get me wrong, Rogue is very good. And there's cases for doing that 1 dip, but what are you gaining? cost command here. Well.
I don't think I'll ever look at an ox quite the same.
Ugh. Just when I think I've seen it all.
Expertise? Yeah, Bard already gets expertise. I believe that's only for Bard, Rogue, and Knowledge Cleric? Correct me if I'm wrong. Currently working on 11 Rogue, 1 Hexblade, and joined so far just hit 5. Nice to 9. Yeah, 11-1 sounds good there. You get the 1 level picking up a bunch of gear proficiencies. Of course, you get Hexblade's Curse being the nonsense that it is. You get those nice cantrips. You can do like Blade Ward, Minor Illusion. You get like Hex, Agathis. Then full Rogue functionality. I like that. A third instance of expertise, so proficiency in 2 more skills, 1 more base skill. So, the thing with that is like, to what end? Like, I get the idea of, what if I had proficiency and expertise in as many skills as possible? Okay, but like, when is animal handling useful? When is survival useful? When is medicine useful? There's a low single digits number of perception checks that matter in the game. Insight's pretty good, but it's only like 3 checks in the game that actually matter there. Investigation, same thing. Very limited use. There's a few very good skills that I do recommend getting proficiency expertise in. You're looking at athletics. You're looking at persuasion. Again, insight, even though it's very rare, it's very impactful in those ones. Religion, arcana. Those are good skills to have proficiency expertise in. But by the time you're done leveling either Rogue or Bard, you have most of those covered, if not all. I have no idea when they're actually useful, just like winning rolls. Let's put it this way. By the time you are at the level where you would be taking that level 12 and making that decision, you are already past the value of 3/4 of the skill checks in the game. Like, I cannot tell you a single medicine check at that point in the game at all. I can't tell you a single animal handling check at that point in the game at all. Survival has never mattered, because you can always just dig anyway. There's a couple insight checks that get you some cool lore stuff. Like, you can pass insight to get a bunch of information on the Emperor from Will. You could pass insight on Lae'zel to get a little more insight to her thought process with the whole Blacketh thing. You can just dig in those spots anyway. Just go Persuasion, Deception, Intimidation, Investigation, Sleight of Hand. Those are really good ones. Investigation, kind of the odd one out there, but like, it's not actively bad the way I would say something like Animal Handling and Survival are. And amusingly, the only medicine check that actually matters in the game is on the Nautiloid. So it's got 1 time to shine. I should say, the second medicine check that matters is if you're a Transmutation Wizard doing potion crafts. That's the other time. Nine and a half. Love having a Transmutation Wizard in camp. It's very powerful, yeah. Investigations usually to improve my chance to get us. Yeah, you can do investigation followed by medicine to get us. That's a good strategy. Limited wood elf, so stealth and perception are free. Stealth is good in one circumstance, otherwise I find it actually working against me. Stealth for greater invis, cool. Stealth for everything else, no thank you.
Will you play with me?
Stealth makes getting surprise rounds more difficult. Not easier, more difficult. Because if you get a stealth successful in a situation where you were trying to start a fight and then enemies start running to look for you, not only will they not be surprised, but you will be down the actions that you spent, putting you in a very disadvantageous scenario. So it's actually better to have bad stealth so you fail that initial stealth check after delivering the hit successfully.
I'm Oliver. I'm fine, me.
Moving ahead.
Sleep now. Good night, Sora.
Where'd that child go?
I win! I win!
I was thinking Jellyfish, Swarmkeeper, Arcane Trickster for Mage Hand, Water Ball shenanigans. Not totally sure how to approach it. That's an interesting idea. I have looked into Swarmkeeper very little, but that sounds fun. I like where your head's at. You have good ideas.
Good idea. Try to find.
I don't need any attention right now. Think you can take me on?
The failing stealth here was good. I didn't get the surprise round because the indirect nature of how I actually did this. But if I had succeeded the stealth check, then I would have had to have dealt with, you know, them moving to search for me. I'd rather the combat start right away.
What do I have to lose?
I'm gonna drop from 12 into 10, go up to 10 strength instead of 8. I'm not a believer in building intelligence on any class that is not using it as its spellcasting stat actively. Now, there are cases when you can justify it. For example, Mark the Power Hour really likes taking some amount of int and taking the Resilient feat for intelligence to get proficiency in int saves, specifically so that his builds that do multiple actions do not get screwed over by failing a saving throw against the final boss. Which involves passing a DC 25 intelligence saving throw. So having some amount there makes sense, if that's your intent. But in general, when I'm building, unless I'm playing an int-fueled class like this, like Arcane Archer, I don't invest in it. It's a matter of what you gain versus what you're not getting. Int doesn't have universal value the way Dexterity does, for example. And as for H strength, you know me, I'm a hoarder. I jump around a lot. I push people a lot. That's stuff you can't really do with H strength. I'll just take Quag the default high elf barbarian with 0 pre-play customization. That would be annoying. The closest thing I think you'll get to that was on John Normal, my most referenced run. Chat thought it would be funny if I had 13 in every stat to start with. So that's what the stats were. I actually got life drained. That's annoying. I got long rest. Look like shit. Another thing about having good strength, a lot of goblins and enemies act when they've been snaring strike, and that's a strength save. Plus your freedom movement access, you're holding a lot of those strength. Yeah, there's some stuff in the Shadow Curse lands that does strength saves. Merkel does a strength save.
These boots have seen everything.
Having good strength saves is quite nice. I still have my action surge and 5 arrows, so I'll just be careful, but this life drain is annoying. Not thrilled. I rolled a double 1, you know, 2 1s with advantage, seeing the ledger in the waning moon. So I could bring a companion to see it, so I could do the He Who Was quest for a little bit more XP. But we could honestly do the portal defense now. I have a bloodlust. With acuity? Yeah, makes sense. Let's go adamantine there, so I can have Helldusk here. Brood Mothers will work. Clamor. Ring of Protection? I'd rather go Caustic Wind here. Yeah, we'll do that. And test the Drunk Monk? I have not yet. Best Arcane Archer shots to start with, in your opinion? I'm a really big fan of Piercing Arrow here, Cryptic. This one's by far my favorite. I also like Grasping Arrow quite a lot. And then it'd be between Bursting and Enfeebling for the other one. Leaning Enfeebling. Later on, I plan on picking up either of the ones that does psychic damage once I have Resonance Stone. But I would most likely start with Piercing, Grasping, Enfeebling. Hey, White Freeze, how are you? This the part of how int affects Arcane Archer. You drop some knowledge? Sure. Spell save DC of... Basically, your casting stat as a fighter is intelligence. Arcane Archer maneuvers are, at least the non-saving throw-based ones, are... Or at least the saving throw-based ones, excuse me, go off your intelligence as your casting stat. So, the formula is 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your casting modifier. So with a 14 intelligence bonus, my DC is 8, plus 4, because I'm above level 9, and then plus 2. So DC 14. Now you can add Arcane Acuity to take it higher. You can use Reverb, Baneful Striking, and Bane to make an enemy's saves lower. But depending on which of the maneuvers you want to use, your intelligence could become more or less important. Something like Piercing Arrow, you don't care all that much because the save is they take slightly less damage instead of, like, no damage. So it's not really impactful in this one. But if you're trying to consistently stick Grasping Arrow or Enfeebling Arrow, then it matters. If you're doing something like Bursting Arrow, it doesn't matter at all. There are no saving throws associated with this. This is just a straight attack, and then there's a boom. No one gets to save on it. It's just a boom that always does that 2 to 12 force damage. So depending on what you're going with, you may or may not need intelligence. Kind of like how often you'll see me playing a Cleric with no wisdom. Because I don't really care. Like, for example, if I have Spirit Guardians, do I care if someone succeeds the save? No, Spirit Guardians did some amount of damage, and it's controlling their movement. Do I care about my wisdom if a lot of my spell slots are going to, like, aid, Hero's Feast, freedom of movement, you know, buffing up, and then I'm doing mostly weapon stuff, you know? Anyone else encounters the bug where all abilities icons added by patching exclusively display not found from you had to do with patching the game itself, clean reinstall, fix it? Ah, thanks for the heads up, Sayo. I'll be doing 8 strength, 16 dex, 13 con, 12 ints, 10 wisdom, 16 charisma for my bard. 13 con, anticipating Ethel Hair. I don't really think you need the Int or the Wisdom there. That would let you free up a lot of points for your strength. You could do something like 14 strength, 16 dex, 16 charisma. But that's just my preference. Ethel Khan's a weird choice. I've taken Ethel Khan before, but it is odd. Like, when I've taken Ethel Khan, it's to even out the constitution on certain transformation builds, particularly Slayer form. But not really otherwise. Alright, yeah, we're here to tell Halson about Art Color. Completely forgot why I was even here.
Very well.
But with the Oak Vault, I will go to... This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate.
What am I doing on many target arrows? Bad. Correct that.
Gods above and devils below.
They get exclusively to hit 14 con for the +1 HP per level.
Thanks for handling.
That's very low value. Like, dexterity affects a lot of things in the game. Getting a little bit of extra HP is nice, don't get me wrong. But I'm glad you brought up per level, because that's the kind of thing that matters retroactively a lot once you've gotten higher levels, or if you have multiple things that are checking your HP, like, per level. Like, for example, if you're playing a Gold Dwarf with the Tough Feat, then swinging your Con modifier by 1 could end up being very impactful, because you're getting an extra 1 HP per level from your racial feature, you're getting extra 1 HP per level, or 2 HP per level, actually, from your feat, then you're getting an extra 1 from your con, so that all adds up quite a bit. But even then, that'll only add up later in the game, unless you're, like, really going all in on it. Like using a source of aid, playing a class with a good hit die size, all that. It won't end up feeling as impactful as, for example, hitting a dex bracket where you're able to out-initiative things without having to equip an initiative piece in every slot. Or bumping up your bow attacks to be, instead of hanging out in the 80% range, to hanging out in the 90% range. Bumping up your armor class by 1. Dexterity is very impactful. And again, because it seems like I'm shooting stuff down here, there are no wrong answers. I'm just giving recommendations based on what I have observed in my time and what I would do. You can make it all work. I'm just yapping. Let's sell those to Damon. Do I have a Sleet Storm? Supposed to. I think it's in Roa's backpack, actually.
I'll be here if you...
Maybe it was Tally's.
I bet they're close. Watch
Good information, you have much more expansive understanding of the game than I do. It's hyperfixation.
If you're all
Initiative
right
really
by
makes or
behaviour,
breaks fights in
you're
solo
all
mode.
right by
It does. I can afford it.
Wish we had stone.
Yeah, alright, good enough.
Or steel. I wish we had a bloody
Not mean to sleep for that long. Lay down for a moment with your stream on my phone. Woke up not knowing what day it is or who I am. Oh yeah, I can talk to Alfira and turn in that quest now. Generally think going to 20 to stats unnecessary and considering feats. It depends on what you're going for. Dr. RK.
From an old friend, though.
Oh, that's not how you say your name. Like for example, there's a tangible benefit to getting to 20 strength. You can get there a bunch of different ways, and I have my preference in how to get there, but using feats like Tavern Brawler, Alert, Heavy Armor Master to get there is something I do quite frequently. The tangible benefit of getting to 20 strength is it allows you to pick up and throw or improvise melee weapon a majority of medium-sized creatures in the game. So anything like, tiefling human-sized, you need 20 strength for that minimum. So that enables new gameplay loops for hitting that stat threshold. But upping, let's say, your casting stat from 18 to 20, it's just numbers slightly go up, and there's alternative ways for your number to slightly go up. For example, if you're looking at spell save DC, well, Arcane Acuity is right there, and a max stack of Arcane Acuity is equivalent to increasing your casting stat by 20. Not increasing it to 20, increasing it by 20. If you want more damage, things like gear like Callous Glow, like the Lightning Charge kit, like Rhapsody, like Orin's Clothes, just raw damage. And they do it in larger numbers than increasing your stat bracket by 1. But the exception is, sometimes you are going for a specific thing. Like maybe you're shooting for a particular saving throw number with certain gear in mind so that you are completely immune to a particular save in the game. Like maybe you're targeting a certain bracket for maintaining your concentration saves. Maybe you are trying to get your dex to a certain number so you can clear an initiative threshold without needing to gear for it or use an elixir for it. There's nuance to it. I would say it depends, but to answer your question specifically in a general sense, outside of strength, it's not something I do, no. And when boosting strength, I tend to prefer other meats. I won't take an ASI for strength, but I will do the half ASI feats. Weapon Master, Tavern Brawler, Heavy Armor Master, Athlete, Moderately Armored, Heavily Armored, all that stuff.
Then you thank.
I like waiting until level 9 to turn in that quest, because Alfira just gave me Eye Bite, Circle of Death, and Cloud Kill. She gets it. Oh, by the way, Booming Blade builds use Potent Robe. That's it, you use Potent Robe. Until you get Ballast Armor, you use Potent Robe. I don't care what else you're doing, use Potent Robe. Does Alfira have those? She gives you leveled scrolls. So if your character level is 9, she will give you 6th level scrolls. Boot up BG3 for the first time since patch. Trying Monk for the first time ever. Made Drunk Monk Orc named Ganessa and seen how I vibe with it. Nice, TP Raymond. That sounds fun. Last time I did Portal Defense, I abducted Balthazar to help me. That was fun. This is one of my favorite, if not my favorite overall combat encounters in the game, just because it's fun to do it all sorts of different ways. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I abducted Balthazar here to help me. Like, I picked him up, I fast traveled with him, and I put him down here, and I started the fight, and he was fighting the Shadow Cursed Undead. Now, he eventually aggroed from flying through my wall of fire too many times, because he's not very smart, but he wasn't hostile to me, except for the time I accidentally destroyed the stool. Then he got mad. Fast travel holding someone? Yeah. As far as I know, tabletop 5e is minimum stat requirements for a class, not for casting spells at a specific level. I think 3.5 does that, not sure about 4e. Yeah, minimum stat for multi-classing is something that I remember from the old Baldur's Gate games. Those are old rules. Like, certain races could only be certain classes, and then you had to be the right alignment, and then you had to have the right stats. And different races had different multi-classing systems. Like you had dual classing versus multi-classing, and it was a lot. The systems have improved a lot over the years, let's put it that way. We started making the pit? Not yet. Not yet. Game's incredible, should win Game of the Year again? I agree. What if we just pretended that BG3 came out this year and voted for it for all the Game of the Year stuff? Would you guys do that with me? You son of a bitch, I'm in. That's what I said last year. You could bring barricades from elsewhere for this, but I like just using whatever grease bottles I picked up throughout the run, and then moving the objects here to box in the archers. I want summons here. Not really. We'll put Scratch here. And he's just gonna vibe. Sleet Storm I bought. Oh, do I have let's make that. Plans to do Brood Mothers, but I maybe change my tune and do Malice. Your opinion, what's the best way to spend your ability points for Arcane Archer? I like 17 Dex, 16 Strength, 14 Int. And then customize the rest to taste between Constitution and Charisma. I would recommend completely ignoring Wisdom. You don't need much Constitution. Remember, as a fighter, you get that extra feat, so if you're feeling squishy when you get to level 6, take Tough. Tough is 2 more HP per level. So at that level, it'll just give you 12 HP immediately, which will be more than what you would have had by having high con. So it works out. Making sure I have everything I need. Do I have a glyph? No. Yeah, alright, let's do this. Bloodlust is on. I've been life drained, but if I need to leave Halcyon to die, I need to leave Halcyon to die.
I need you to stay. Oak, get ready.
I'll put down my moon lantern. So I put it here. Get a buff after you murder in front of withers? Yes. You get the refreshed buff, IRL.
More foes. Halson better get back soon.
Bird spawned into the fire and gave me my bloodlust, thank you.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Bursting arrow seems to have an animation issue. Go elf for Arcane Archer? Yes, I went high elf. So I had the minor illusion cantrip. I think we're trying to figure out which thing to shoot at.
Some must have fallen to the curse.
Root Mother's on. My last arcane shot. Alright, scratch tank for me, buddy. That's DC 23 ice surface. So so they're not saving on that. They can skirt the edge on the blood here. Unfortunately, did leave a path, but that does funnel them pretty nicely for certain AoEs. Good job, Scratch. The Wraiths should be going for me. The Wraiths are hard-coded to go for the player. They can attack the portal, they just usually don't. Remove Shadow Cursed Undead from them. They're now humanoids. Just a thing many target arrows can do, weirdly. Last round. Don't actually need to do anything. Let's actually just not. Sleet Storm's very good here, especially with good spell save DC.
No. Come see.
Easy stuff. Got my patch 8 party sorted myself, Shadow Magic Sorcerer, Shadow Heart Death Enemy Cleric, Star and Swarm Ranger, Rogue Multiclass, as well as Hexblade Warlock. You do need to do, like, I forget the exact steps. The game doesn't want you to make Will not a Fiend Warlock. I don't remember how you can get around that. It's very resistant to you changing his subclass. Another big perk of being able to do this house and quest is ton of money. Could do the Oliver fight if I lay here. If I just lay here. I use Wall of Fire. Wall of Fire scroll, right? I knew you'd get it. Short rest. I'm an elf, so Mummy can't put me to sleep. I have Minor Illusion, so the idea will be I'll lure Mummy and Daddy away from Oliver so that I can deal with them individually. And then deal with Oliver, probably with the Wall of Fire strap. Reason being, Mummy and Daddy are worth XP. Nothing else in that fight is, but those two are. You want to make sure to kill them before the fight ends.
I want to have a word.
What stayed behind, only the missing half may not come. There is a ruin. If you want me, I'm yours. I'll be...
Let's do Shadow Cloaked Ring here. Quick speed. Should work out fine. Switch to Adamantine Splint and then Offhand Defender Flail. I like the flexibility.
Go on, fight. I'm not going back. I don't.
Alright, instead of going through the portal that Oliver spawns, I usually prefer to go to either the Moonrise waypoint or the Wraith Town waypoint. That affords you the opportunity to just get the drop on him. Oliver has perfect sentry, so he can't be surprised, but everything else in the fight can be surprised. But we're not even going for that right now. I failed, by the way.
Need to find a way forward.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Good bar.
Let's get this over with.
XP secured.
Never wanted the easy path.
I don't want to save the Wall of Fire. I could survive a little Night Dome damage. I can speak, but be better if I got Rain Dancer and did Create Water as an opener, but I haven't bought that yet. It looks like we're going no surprise around here, which is fine. Switch to AC there.
Just out of you.
I'll make my own fun if I have to. And my own friends.
So, Firewall doesn't break hiding. But now I have a Firewall through the spawn point of the standard enemy type. I'm out of range so that the aloe doesn't aggro right away. So Oliver's just gonna keep spawning shadow friends in this wall of fire. A good fight.
Have to keep going.
Why couldn't you? I'm not leaving. Even when it was scary. But would he even want me back?
You see why I caved and wanted to use the scroll anyway. It's just fun.
Anything of use?
Went so hard though. I like that strat a lot. So hard. Oh, did I ever loot Karnas? Didn't. I don't think I picked up his sword. Oh, maybe I didn't. I sold it. I don't know. About 5k left to level. What's still available? Not all that much. Self-same. That's a bit. Let's go do self-same. Fuck it, I'm gonna go Drunken Master. Drunken Master, all I've done is think about that class and learn about it. Do it. Do it. My own patchy things. Let's go, Danny. Hope you have a great time. Shadow Heart became an alcoholic game. Yeah, you could make certain decisions that push her towards maybe an unhealthy relationship with alcohol, an evil route. So yeah. Drunken Monk Shadowheart. I did that drunk Archer run. That was fun. Shadowheart, she was a wine mob.
Have to keep going.
You're saying Arcane Archer is like Battlemaster if Battlemaster was actually good? Yes. Exactly right. Nothing cheeks. You poison immune? Yeah, you are. No fun. Necrotic immune? Yeah, you are. No fun. I should have taken psychic damage arrow for stuff like this. It's still shambling mount. 55. Huh. Phantasma Killer no longer an action refresh? Definitely used to be.
Need to find a way forward.
Shadow's in there. What did I just remember that's XP that I hadn't done? Like, I just remembered something. It's gone already. Ah. Did I say it out loud? Shambling Mount, thank you. You guys think I remember everything? I don't even remember what I say. So the favorite way to deal with Shambling Mound lately. Do I have that invis available? I have pots. There's a pot.
Just out of view. Time to press ahead.
Exactly, this is action refresh thing. So some things don't make you start combat without the action you used on them, if you use them to open. Having a range issue here. There we go. You two gonna jump down?
Time for some bloody work.
I like opening with Invis and then Thorn whipping it into the chasm, but clearly I'm bad today. Will scratching the owlbear just aggroed me when I was robbing withers. You're the second person to report that in this patch. Now, people have been saying that there were camp aggros to them stealing from withers the entire life of the game, and I've had it happen exactly one time ever, and it was because I was near a non-companion, so either Scratch or Halcyon before recruitment, you know, Jahira before recruitment, etc., etc. They can cause that. But it's possible behavior changed. Okay, there we go. Use Thorn Whip from Sorrow to just yank that into the chasm. It has a unique item, but it's an item most people don't really have an interest in, so. Ironwood. I know you love it, Trade. Cool item. It's not going to see use here.
Dum vita est, spes est. Softer than a whisper.
Do I have... Thought I had an arrow transposition. At least have a flight scroll. Don't.
Don't waste a step.
Not gonna leave a fight if it's in the camp. You'll have to either kill everyone on the other side, or have them fail to detect you when you're invisible. And then be the only one left on your side of the fight when that happens. Item that requires specific build and setup attracts people, don't give it the time of day. Well, also it doesn't help that it doesn't list its effect. If I'd been standing there, I would have died.
You've made a grave mistake.
Died of 12d6 not being a rogue damage. Yeah, Big Boy's Shadow Blade, fun. Actual GM rolling 12d6, you take 12 damage. One of them was a 6.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Moon Lantern down here so they can't teleport directly to me. Got the grasping arrow on you. You landed the crit there. My spell save DC isn't fantastic right now. It's D14, but it doesn't need to be. Reading situations where if they hit me, they die. If they don't hit me, they die. That much AC. Be able to hit me. Lower it a bit. Style. Yeah, this is a rough fight. It'll finally hit me. Gape. Gape on the retaliation effects. A new blade? Yes, how that works. So the Shadow Blade was reworked in patch 8. This is the one I got from the ring that you get for completing Arabella's quest in Act 2. And you just click the spell, which puts this blade in your inventory. And you can unequip the ring if you want to. Just a psychic damage short sword. It's finesse. And while you have it equipped, you have advantage on attack rolls with any of your attack rolls against targets that are not illuminated. So as long as there's not, like, direct light on them, you have advantage. It's really, really crazy strong. The ways you can get this, you can either get it from the ring from Arabella, or you can learn the spell to make one yourself. As a wizard, a warlock. Does sorcerer get it? I don't remember if sorcerer gets it. Wizard and warlock do, though. And if you have it in your spell list, you can upcast it for even stronger versions of it.
One day I'll catch a break.
Can you unequip the spell version too? Yep. So, the spell version, it'll just get made and put in your... Basically, the ring casts the spell. So it's functionally identical here. It just puts it in your inventory. You just need to keep it, like, on you. I believe it disappears if it leaves your inventory, so, like, if you drop it or throw it or whatever. And as long as it's somewhere on your person, you're good. They just last till long rest. Yep. Goes away on long rest.
Couple turns should do it.
before the patch, Shadowblade was only available from the ring, and it required concentration and keeping the ring equipped. And also the passive, that Shadowblade passive just didn't work. But now it works a little too well. Let's start killing Harpers. Oh, we haven't done the Marcus fight yet. No concentration requirements. Nice. Maybe a little too nice. Yeah, no concentration, and it freed up the ring slot. So for Shadowblade builds before, a lot of the time it was like, okay, let me use Shadowblade Ring and Strange Conduit. But now you could use Strange Conduit and, like, something defensive. You could use Crusher's Ring for mobility. You could put more damage types on it with Caustic Band or Callous Glow. You got options. Options are good.
Always room for more?
Sell some stuff to Lantarf. On a run, I succeeded. Almost ended the Dwargar fight outside the Myconids. Start the fight, realized not prepared. Rested, took combat rest, come back. Find myself having to face double mounted zombies. I raised the first group, raised a new group because he got in combat again. Now we'll do it. Can I have some advice? Arcane Archer went 16 dex and int. Plan to respec once I get the Warp Headband. Should I raise strength more for Titan String Bow? So, like, even if you don't have any strength investment, Titan String Bow will give you at least 1 for its effect. At least 1 point. So no matter how much strength you have, Titan String is stupid. I'd recommend using other bows for Arcane Archer, but you can... Titan String is fine, you know, it's never going to hurt you. I maintain, with my playstyle, my way of playing the game in general, there's never really a reason not to have some strength investment. I went 14 int. I have Warped Headband, but, like, there's more desirable stuff to use. Particularly once you have Arcane Acuity, I think it makes more sense to just use that rather than Warped Headband, but I went 14 int, 16 strength, a 17 dex, 10 con.
Brothers.
I'm not worthy. The absolute war drums beat loud.
You don't need that much int.
How may I serve?
That's all the stuff we got from the portal fight. I could still bring a bunch of the companions to Araj and get money that way. Most effects of a floor of 1. The most popular ones, Titan String and Potent Robe, do have that floor of 1, so they are always something. Ones that don't, I think, are Tavern Brawler, Open Hand Manifestations. Yeah, Manifestations can get impacted severely if you have negative Wisdom. Like, at 8 Wisdom, you're taking a -1 to it, so the damage can be up to 3, if I remember correctly. If somehow your Wisdom gets lowered further, then it can start to be a real problem. Like if you fail the Wisdom save on the Shar statue. Having bad strength and Tavern Brawler is something that happens with certain wild shapes. So I actually wonder, Trade, in patch 8, what if Dire Raven Tavern Brawler just makes you unable to do damage without a strength elixir? Because your strength modifier is negative, so Tavern Brawler is adding that to all of your damage, so you just can't do any. Gale tried opening Wither's book in the tomb, failed a 5 dice roll, and succeeded a 15 strength, punched open the book. Gale on his final nerf. We talk Karlak mage hand yet? Not yet. Still exploring. I have no plans for wild shape anyway. If I do wild shape stuff, it'll be like Hexblade's Curse wild shape without Tavern Brawler, like stupid shit.
You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope.
Like between my preference for spores already, stars being really good too, and having another non-wild shape thing to do with charges, and then also the Tavern Brawler change, I expect to almost never click wild shape anymore post patch 8. Aspect of the Tiger Panther, that's fun. I'd hope Mirage had more stuff. Sad. Is Wild Shape nerfed? No. Tavern Brawler was made absolutely nonsensical in Wild Shape. Tavern Brawler now is as opposed to before patch 8, it did not apply the damage to your wild shape in honor mode. You still got the accuracy, you still got the stat increase in your druidic shape, and you still got the damage on your punches and throws in your druidic shape, but you only got the accuracy while transformed. Patch 8 changed that, so now you also get the damage, but you get it on all damage attributed to you while in wild shape. So that means each individual instance of damage gets your strength bottom. If it already got it, too bad, it gets it again. So that means if you did something like put a spike growth and then wild shape, well, every tick of your spike growth now gets your strength mod on it. Which, why would you make it do that? But that's how it works. Opposite of nerfed it, they made it so I cannot enjoy my gameplay in a wild shape build with that feat on, so you could call that a nerf. Remember, I can't opt out of that. Previously, I took Tavern Brawler for the accuracy on my wild shape builds, and I really liked it. Now, if I do that, I'm getting dozens of extra damage I didn't ask for. Up to hundreds, even.
The druid for the...
I don't want that.
We get along quite well, I think.
Well met.
Again, the problem is it was changed across everyone's game, specifically on the highest difficulty. I can't increase my difficulty slider again to get a more reasonable rule set. Now I have to look into modifying the game to undo that change, alongside a bunch of other weird changes requested by people who don't put in any effort to understand mechanics at a baseline level. So my enjoyment of the game as a challenge runner continues to get hit by low information gamers asking for stupid shit they haven't thought through. Because again, does it even make sense that Tavern Brawler would apply to spike growth? thing all about doing your unarmed attacks, right? Putting up your dukes. Throwing hands. Visiting Waffle House, however you want to call it. And now it works that way. Do you like that one, Archangel? Like, just can't opt out of being a walking god. Yeah. If you don't find any enjoyment in waiting around in the too powerful end of the pool, then, like, you have to look into modifying the game externally. And at that point, you know, for a lot of people, that's, hey, I just would rather play something where I don't have to do that. See, for me, over in that game gauge, you know, at endgame speedrunning, stuff like that. That's how I continued my playtime. But niche things that only so many people will have an interest in, and honestly, often a temporary interest. So if the game itself on a baseline level is made to where players who enjoyed it before no longer have the gameplay that they enjoyed available in the game, well, I don't think that's good. I don't think that's a good design choice. Like, again, selectable difficulty. You didn't have to make the entire feat absolutely disgusting as a baseline. Just don't like the trend. Because the same thing happened to the House of Grief, where it was nerfed in every patch of the game except for patch 8. To my knowledge, patch 8 didn't nerf the House of Grief. To my knowledge. It could have. Add Tavern Brawler to Guidance and Bless, too. Yeah, see, Tavern Brawler should also apply to your Persuasion checks. They removed the damage increase, just kept the accuracy, so put it back to how it worked on patch 7 and before for Honor Mode. Yeah, I would like that. Red Eldritch Knight got buffed, is this true? I mean, player power overall went up in patch 8 because they introduced several new wizard cantrips. Eldritch Knight and Arcane Trickster pulled their spells from the wizard list, so they now have access to those spells too. You can call that a buff, sure. Oh yeah, I have Shapeshifter's Boon now, actually. I felt a failure coming on, so extra layer of prep. I felt it. Felt it. I don't know how I could tell. I felt something was wrong. What they nerfed in House of Grief other than just removing Radiant Retort? So the Darkness Clouds themselves used to do damage. Also, the Darkness lasts... Not only do the Darkness Clouds no longer do damage, instead of lasting the 10 turns they used to, they last 2. 2. Viconia's Divine Intervention could no longer hurt Dark Justiciar or Shadowheart. How often have you even seen her click that move?
A pile of crushed bones. Here lies the Grand Mason, his bones and lies exposed.
The change didn't need to happen, pushed through, wasn't thought through. And what was pushed through wasn't thought through or tested, which I lay the blame partially on the clickbait engine. Well, yeah, the people who had access for the first 2 months were like, hey, what clickbait can I make out of that? Instead of, hey, this is not good for the game. And it's not, because now the permanent state of Druid and Otter mode is people are going to immediately be like, oh, well, you just got a wild shape tavern brawler. And you need to know shit about shit to... It's not like it wasn't already good either. I don't know. It sounds like I'm grumbling into the wind, but I just don't like my game being made easier in a way that I can't even make restrictions to get back. I have to, like, modify the game or completely cut out content that I was doing. Feels bad. We could rescue Balin. I only play as Druid with Spore and only use Wild Shape to Albert from top rope on Grim. I did a Moon Druid playthrough, and it was fun using the different wild shapes and seeing how they compared, and having to do the risk management of you don't have crit immunity ever, so you have to kind of juggle a lot of stuff, and picking the correct wild shape for the correct situation, and then prioritizing your stat distribution, your accuracy, getting damage from wherever you could, because so little gear affects your wild shape. It all led to this delicate balance of still feeling like you're doing build crafting. But now, for example, Earth Myrmidon got 16 damage slapped onto all of its attacks. You heard me correctly. 16. What are we doing? Really enjoyed watching you playing Druid in Honor mode, having 300 minions everywhere. That was also fun. Tavern Brawler applying to Big Lady without a feat. Amen. Drink to that. Oh, I don't have anything to drink. I'm thirsty. We're left with Slayer and Displacer Beast. We want to do fun shapeshift stuff. Yeah. Yeah. At least Larry didn't keep buffing the Slayer after they buffed it twice and people ignored that and continued to pretend it was bad. I do still really enjoy Slayer gameplay.
Well?
It's Cave Bear House and now secretly good because of Tavern Brawler. So, like, you could already do some interesting build crafting around Cave Bear Halcyon because he has that wild shape independently of his druid levels. You just need to give him a wild shape charge for him to be able to do it. And in Act 3, there's a helmet that gives you a wild shape charge. So uniquely, Halcyon can just throw on that helmet, and without having any levels in druid, still wild shape. So that means you have a full 12 levels to mess around with of whatever you want to buff a wild shape. And that's cool. See what we can find out and discuss when actually engaging with the game mechanics instead of asking for nonsensical fucking weird changes. And I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. If you enjoy the extra damage increase, cool. I'm glad you're having a good time. I just, like... It's another nail in the coffin of there's a lot of stuff that I want to look into, either having a mod commissioned or learning how to do it myself, where I can undo a lot of the difficulty reductions to the game. Because as a challenge runner, I like feeling challenged. I like cats? Me too. I have 2 of them. A cat, how are you? It's Kevin, he's a good boy. I woke him up, and now he's like, alright, your life is petting me. Gameplay will resume eventually. Okay, cool, we're good.
I need a quick word.
You wake, you pet. Yeah. I did know the rules going in. One of the reasons I hesitated playing Monk was because I heard it was broken in Tavern Brawler, already using the Normie Gloom Assassin for a star in. So, perception around certain mechanics is just... There's never any nuance. Like this idea that Tavern Brawler Monk is broken, but you fundamentally have no problem with certain other things that people will still try to downplay. Like, people will simultaneously believe something like Tavern Brawler Monk is broken, and then they'll believe that casters are bad, while also simultaneously talking about how good Tempest Cleric Channel Divinity with Chain Lightning is. It's like, there's a lot of conflicting stuff. It's like, wait, you think that the accuracy boosting skill that adds your strength mod to damage an extra time, so at most an extra 20 damage on an attack. You think that that's broken, but you think that using a short rest resource available at level 2 to force a spell to do 300 damage is bad because it's on a caster? Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Is the Arcane helmet and gloves blue? It should be gold or legendary. What does it matter? What does the color matter? It'll change the effect. Give you another example. The makeshift bow. This one here. It's a common. Yet this is one of the top 3 most damaging bows in the entire game. What does it matter? Any color nice. I see gold, I'm happy. Go play Candy Crush. Gotta get that bow. Gotta take it from your skeleton. Summon skeleton from Animate Dead.
In memory of Mirn, the wind.
Flowers on the dog's grave. A bit XP. What else did I need in this map? Nothing really. Did I ever get Omega arrows for Lava Elemental? Oh, I don't have fucking any of those. Let's check Glomp. Then Aaron. Go back to DOS 2 for similar game but higher difficulty. I wouldn't say that DOS 2 is inherently higher difficulty, and, you know, I feel affirmed in that by Mark saying the same. Mark, someone who made a name for himself. Gonna make a name for yourself.
How you doing, pal?
Challenge running DOS 2. He has the frame of reference of challenge running BG3. DOS 2 is not necessarily harder. I imagine it's possible to dual wield short bows. There's no way to do it that I know of, but who knows? Maybe there's a wonky way. How would you shoot them? Creatively, I guess. You gotta get tricky with it. Very carefully. Try to get that into that game after loving BG3, just couldn't enjoy it. Yeah, it's... Playing in that order made it kind of difficult for me, too. Yeah, Trade is another DOS 2 knower. And he agrees, it's not necessarily harder. Now, a common thing you'll see is people who... think they're cooking, coming into a chat and talking about, oh man, DOS 2 is so much harder, and be like, no, you just didn't know that game. Like, BG3 is so easy, but then their next line they'll be like, oh, I can't get past Act 1. If it's easy, why haven't you performed the way you said you would?
It'll take a while for us, of course.
We can put all of this under the umbrella of shit is complicated, just in general. And sometimes comparing things needlessly is stupid and gives you absolutely zero useful information. It's weird I can get the OG Baldur's Gate games, haven't been able to get to DOS yet. I really want to get back into the OG Baldur's Gate games, because when I was playing them, I wasn't, like, yet into the hardcore, like, optimization stuff that I do nowadays. That wasn't yet how I consumed games. So, going back to those that I do have some level of knowledge on from, like, a casual player perspective, it is weird because they've also not aged well. So the core systems are so hard to deal with at times. Did an Icewind Dale run a few weeks ago? Fuck, it was hard. I bet. I find them hard to compare even. Two different systems, so if you try to limit yourself for a challenge, you're solving different problems. Yeah, there's different problems to be solved, different limitations. The older Baldur's Gate mechanics so annoying to deal with. Yeah, that's true. And the older rule set does naturally lend itself to some really stupid jank. Why are you hostile? Why are you mad? I didn't do anything. Is this thing just hostile by default on current patch or what? I did nothing. Alright, good thing I prepared. Aggroed me instantly too, never had it aggro before. They must have changed it then. I don't have any cold arrows. That's awkward. Oil of Bane by any chance? Not elixired up at all. Let's become even bigger, lady. Landed the entangle. Gape. Immune to gaping wounds. fire resistance. Not worried. Yeah, weird. Walk to Baldur's Gate roleplay Attack on Titan. That seemed to be a change. Okay, so that's 3 different people, including myself. It just being hostile. Okay, that's new. That does make running around at low levels in Grimforge a little more stressful. Glad I found out this way. Wonder if this was their method of correcting it sometimes just not aggroing when people attacked it. Simpler to just make it always aggro.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I'd say buffing Tavern Brawler, but making the Lava Boy really angry at you. Like to dive bomb with Giant Owlbear. Just figured you'd do it Grim, why not this thing? So I did that with Slayer a couple runs ago, and the hitbox of the Slayer while enlarged was too big, so I touched the lava, took fall damage, took a tick of lava, was prone in the lava, having dealt 0 damage to the lava elemental. So I can't say that that's a good strat.
Flying machines. Walking brains.
Erect necklace is gone. Yeah, they mentioned that in the notes. Erectless? Hey, Eternal Machine, how's the new patch? Mostly good. I think I can comfortably say it's a better patch than patch 7. It didn't unfuck most of what patch 7 broke, but it's a better patch than patch 7. So I'll take it.
Return me, take me home, and thou shalt glow with blessings.
You fit.
Alright, yeah, let's go kill War Guest. I would like to continue to be extremely large lady, but need psychic resonance stuff. Big lady, some super metallic glossy lipstick. It was a choice, but I think she rocks it.
If not over, then through.
Short 1 arcane arrow right now. Oh, you know what I haven't done to Wargas in a while? Oh, we're doing the throwback strat. Not done this opener in a while. Crit immunity, got my AC, got my psychic res.
Crush Yillik with me.
One day, I'll catch you.
He gaping. He grasping. So I forgot the hunter's mark. That's my bad. He's not feeble. Good for him. I've not done that strat in a minute. I don't long rest enough to do it these days. So in case they got to the door, they don't have a line of sight to shoot me. Should give me enough time to swap gear. Let's jump. I gotta put on slashing wrist. Rolled a 1. Of course I did. Rolled a 2 on my concentration. Of course I did. Can you piercing arrow through darkness? Ain't no way they let me do this. Oh, you can. That's funny. Alright, ain't no way they let me do this. That would be silly. This doesn't hit objects, right? Doesn't seem to. That's good, actually. Wanted to see if Githyanki are still unwilling to go into darkness at all in patch 8. If they're not already in it, they just won't go in. Okay, where's that push angle that was very clearly here before? Oh, not present? Okay, that's cool. You know, it'd be stupid. Can I just piercing arrow while blinded inside of darkness? With absolutely no downside. Yes, I can. That's funny. That's funny. Figured out yet what the optimized combat AI actually means? No, I've seen some behavior that I suspect is different. Like, I had never seen Abdurak use his hold person scroll before, but he used it on me in this run. I was pleasantly surprised. So I'm wondering if they just cleaned up the logic of how the AI determines whether or not to use certain spells and effects. Make a little more sense. Side of Arcane Synergy could be fun. I do have positive int. Should I add a maintain here? Maintain my crit immunity? Yeah. That's fun.
Inquisitor Wargas was potent.
Was he?
We are
Coded Isabel to stop trying everything she possibly can to die. Did they? Did they actually?
You are permitted to look upon me. You are invited to kneel.
No idea, I hope. Yeah, potent Wargas.
You bear that which is ours. But are you friend, or are you...
Another big lady? That's a very big lady.
You must accept... Use...
Worth it all, would you say it is to throw a potion of speed at an enemy and second one just get them lethargic? Depends on how big of a deal their next turn is, depends on how strapped for resources you are. I'd say there's situations where you can justify it. Keep in mind that the hit detection on actually doing that strat, you know, with how the puddles work, a little bit hit or miss, a little bit. Especially on certain enemies, but it's sometimes a cool, stylish way of dealing with stuff. I don't think I want to kill a boss in this run, just because, well, maybe I do. Maybe I do, actually. Because I need to bow-wall someone, and I was thinking of bow-walling Lae'zel.
The statue starts to rotate, but its rusty mechanism jams stuck.
Nearly had it.
Yeah, I think Lae'zel's getting bow-walled soon. If fair. Usually feel potions of speed are better used by myself by chugging and throwing them to the ground before combat, save my bonus action. Yeah, pre-making speed bot puddles is a very effective strat. That I often forget that I can do. It is very, very potent. Been thinking about trying to darkness build new Shadow Law? Shadow Sorcerer, I'm assuming? And Hexblade. Should I do for the rest of the party? Any ideas? If you want the rest of the party to be able to still do stuff when there's a bunch of magical darkness on the field, I would recommend you're either doing stuff where they don't care if they can't target. So, like, for example, if you have a wizard just blasting with lightning bolts, they don't care if they can't see. You could have them just still lightning bolt. You know, things like that. More characters that have either the Eversight Ring equipped, Shar Spear of Evening equipped, Devil's Sight, so they're immune to magical darkness as well. Maybe something like a Cleric with Spirit Guardian, so they don't care if they can't see either. You just have them fly around the battlefield or dash around, just running through things. You can use Fireball into Darkness. Remember, if you can do that, not directly in, but you can target next to it and it'll work. There are some NPCs that are smart enough to do that. The monk that has Fireball in the Astral Prism at the end of Act 2 is smart enough to Fireball next to Darkness and hit you with it. I think I want to go in there yet. Didn't think about the lightning bolt thing. Yeah, the only reason I thought of that, Kojita, is I was just doing this Arcane Archer ability, Piercing Arrow, that has a targeting thing like this. I just did that while standing in a darkness cloud, and I was blinded. I was curious to see if it would even work, and it did. Yeah. Yeah, we're on the same page there.
Let's see what you're hiding.
Just get arcane synergy by trying to steal from her. That's great. Drop that. I'll take that.
Don't waste it.
Yeah, so now I could do Undermount King in one hand, Shadowblade in the other. Though Shadowblade would be redundant at that point. Just doing Undermount King would be the correct option right now. Keep Defender Flail on the other hand. Undermountain Big Boys Chew Toy is my real breadwinner combo. That. Guess I do have Big Boys available. Keep that equipped for the moment. It's my favorite, most fun build. I really like retaliation builds. So, builds where an enemy hits me and then they take a shit ton of damage. That's probably my favorite way to play. You can get some pretty crazy damage output playing like that. I guess I don't need to carry around Blood Heltus Helm anymore. I didn't go and get Holy Lance Helm yet. There's probably still like an eagle up there too, if not 2 eagles. I shouldn't send Lae'zel stuff to hold. She's not long for this world. So a video on that, one of the wizard subclasses. Well, not really. People kind of attribute that to a wizard subclass. Wizard doesn't get the Armor of Agathis spell that people tend to put on that build by multiclassing. The retaliation effect that wizards get is Fire Shield, but anyone can use Fire Shield scrolls. My favorite retaliation build run I did was actually a Lore Bard, because Lore Bard can pick up all of the spells you want for the setup. And it was really fun. By the late game, I was doing things like casting Contagion on myself to give myself a disease to be blinded until long rest, so that enemies would have advantage on their attack rolls against me. I was also having a companion in camp turn into a dinosaur and spit on me to lower my AC by 5, so I was running around with about 6 armor class, and everyone had advantage. So they were pretty much guaranteed to hit me, which meant they were guaranteed to take a ton of damage. Going to sleep to give them guaranteed crits too. Yep, I did that sometimes. Shouldn't have gone up there.
Can I go?
Burned that exploration spot early. Group in the hatchery, it's not really worth it. Fighting boss and his raider now is 475 XP. Forgot to deal with Beretha. Just deal with the boss shit now, I think. Didn't need ring free action. Poisoner's Ring, Baneful Striking, or Herald around? Oh, I can do Banshee. Unlikely to work on boss, actually. Didn't know the Dino Wild shape even existed. A lot of people don't. Someone thought the Sabretooth was modded in Mark's stream community has a bit of a fixation on the owlbear. Mm-hmm. That wasn't what I expected to happen. I wonder. Oh, I guess I didn't actually go into prison, right?
What path lies before me?
But while I'm here, I wonder. Still here.
Don't want to draw any attention. Carefully now. This calls for careful footwork. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. What path lies before me?
Stop running. How are you chasing me down right now? Stop it. Boss, stop it. He's cheating. How are you just running at me, bro? Alright, so he doesn't have his sword. And he is at half HP already. Okay, he's actually just temp hostile now. What fire is this right now? I don't. Fix that. Nah, that's a meme. That's too fucking funny. Hit me again, Cadenas. Hit me again. It'd be funny. It'd be so funny.
What an odd gadget. What's it for, I wonder?
Okay. Boss is knocked out. 400 XP. This is not what I planned to do here, but Bro, you're unconscious. How am I level 9? I leveled up. Bro, you're unconscious. You're violent. Like, alright, brother, settle down. Still in Act 1? You know, you can go back. I have been to Act 2. You can go back. Pretty close to level 10. Possible reach level 5 without leaving Act 1 or dealing any damage? Yes. He will run out of heals eventually. At least he did on patch 7. We'll see if that's changed. I don't see why it would have, though. He ran out. We'll be here a while, though. I have loves of archery? I do. Helps a little. Should concentrate on something. So no damage, I also mean no shoving people off to change anything? No. You mean level 5, like pacifist? Yeah, you can. Without leaving Act 1? You can. Think about it this way, Jeff. The way most players play, they're really not doing many combats to get to level 4. The ones they are doing are ones they don't need to be doing. So that already takes care of 4. So then you just need to get to 5. And there's a bunch of chunks of XP you can get without a fight. For example, the gift that hang out here, you can just talk them into leaving you alone and you get the XP for that. And that's a huge chunk. Just convincing the ogres to work for you gives you their XP. You can free Nier and then convince him to be chill. And get the XP for finishing out that quest. You could set up the Dwergar to rebel against Nier, let them fight it out, you get XP for anything that the guys on your side kill. That could be a bunch of XP. You can investigate Kaga, convince her to side with you, and anything that your side kills, you get the XP. Another good chunk. The issue would come with the resolution of the goblin leaders' conflict if you're not allowed to do damage or push or throw people into chasms. Then you're most likely raiding the Grove alongside Minthara, or just leaving the act without having resolved the storyline. But you asked about Act 1, so... Right past midnight here, I should try to get some sleep early for once. Get some good rest, Mystic Line. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you're doing well today, Twister. I have a longer duration concentration I can use here. The Detect Thoughts amulet? Yeah, I do. Ability drain capped at 9. Ability drain is capped at either draining someone to 1 or 20 secs, whichever happens first. I guess you have 4 DR, so Strange Conduit by itself doesn't do anything. Right, I don't know why I was thinking Strange Conduit's a D6.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Not what I was expecting to see. Hey, Zerd. Of course I crit missed the dragon slaying arrow. It's so tragic. I don't want to tackle after complete Grimforge my tactician attempt. Likely make more progress in taking on the goblin leadership. Sounds like a plan. Become big lady. Sorry, bigger lady. Using Titan String Bow here would be a little faster, but don't care. I just have to let them die then, try and do kick only. I don't see how else I can unlock kick without leaving Act 1. I'm assuming that's the level 5 giant barb feature. You're referring to? Where's level 6? Somewhere around there. It's level 5? Okay. Yeah, like, I don't see a way for you to... So, I guess, technically speaking, it is theoretically possible if you leak the location of the Grove to Minthara, and when she comes to assault the Grove, you defend it with Zevlor, Asherak, Arca, Elegus. If they can somehow kill everyone without you doing damage, that's an option. You would have to hoard a lot of, like, buffs and healing and stuff for them. maybe fill the field with a lot of summons to distract, give them more turns to work. I highly doubt they could do it without you having a dedicated build to support them. But, like, in theory, you could do that. Ogres could help? No, they could not. If you summon the ogres there, all of the tieflings will go hostile too. The ogres will even tell you this when you first recruit them. They will say, ogre, kill everyone around, except for you. Anybody who is not in your active party, when you summon the ogres, will be targeted by them, and they will turn on you. So do not call the ogres while defending the grove. Spamming the rally horn, break the rules. It's not doing damage, so I wouldn't imagine it does. Hey, Lumi. Thank you for the Prime, the 13 months. 13 months? That's a long time. Thank you very much. Wow, since I tuned in. Very busy finishing my last semester in uni. I hope it's going well. And how dare you focus on an important thing in an important section of your life. Gross. Nerd. Thank you for your continued support. And congrats on almost finishing. Cadena stat, 250 XP. Those bosses just temp knocked out.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
How's patch 8 going, Quag? It's been a while since I tuned in. I've been very busy finishing my last semester in uni.
So if I just like long rest here, pocket him. I already took all his stuff. Maybe I could get them in a lot of boxes and drop them down. Is that a possibility? How's that different from pushing someone in a chasm, though? What, because they technically did the damage to themselves as far as the game's concerned? Because if that is allowed, then what you would do is you would Minor Illusion Minthara and Dror Ragzlin onto the bridge next to where Minthara hangs out in the Goblin camp. And then you'd destroy the bridge, though without dealing damage. So you need a way for that bridge to no longer be there. You could somehow convince someone there to do the damage. You could use the ogres there. Get them onto the bridge, dialogue attack all the ogres to try to get the ogres in position so that somebody AoEs to destroy the bridge. Lump will do Acid Arrow, which is an AoE, which should be capable of doing that. If not, Dror Ragzlin doing Repulsor should also be able to do that. That's an option too. And you can have Corilla kill Priestess Gut for you in dialogue, so that's not an issue, as long as you're not an elf. Or half-elf. So he is, hostile. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure that's nothing. He doesn't have weapons anymore, although he will get a new sword. I'm sure that's fine.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
getting an autosave here now. That's strange. Anyone in the Druid Grove do fire damage. A couple of them will use heat metal. Zevlor uses Hellish Rebuke and Searing Smite. Yeah, some of the druids use Produce Flame. Nettie uses Flaming Sphere.
Don't do it.
Put items in Zevlor's inventory like a fire arrow? Yes, you can. And he will use special arrows and scrolls he put in his inventory.
Let's have a look.
Auto scroll there. Very nice.
Might be useful.
That corpse can be any random leveled scroll from any spell level in the game. So even on a level 1 character, you could pop a Chain Lightning there, for example. You could also get absolutely fucked and get Color Spray. Your barrel mates the Druid Grove, let them blow up the barrels. Getting into a position where that would happen seems unlikely, because they would need to be grouped, and then they would need to actually do that, and then you would need to not die while setting that up. Seems involved. Barrelmancy is not actually a good solution to problems in this game, contrary to perception. It's just impractical. It's inefficient, unreliable.
And now, very well. The Lich Queen fears nothing, but since you spared me that, good luck.
Pretty neat. You can get really good scrolls there. Also, most unfortunate, get a scroll you might already have as a cantrip. I don't know if you can get cantrips. Can't remember getting a cantrip there, but you can absolutely get first level spells, which is feels bad.
I'm glad you
Particularly in level 1 runs.
Now leave before the others come
Where
for
before
us.
Act 3, your access to higher leveled spells is extremely limited. When the Lollipop Guild said Dream Guardian. The randomizer cooked on my character. I don't think it really cooked on the Guardian. But I think, like, the look is fine. The beard and everything, it's fine. That can work. But it's the color. It's the... As Candy May put it, I think it was Candy May, that particular bleach look has not been in since like 2003. It's not doing it. Not the vibe. What cantrip do you think is the most utility? It's between Minor Illusion and Blade Ward. Feel better with this on.
Already feeling better.
Greet. The Your head buzzes and
This text is heresy. But when tell me you don't trust it. This keep
Guidance? Guidance is nice, don't get me wrong, but there's lots of kinds of things that guidance is not relevant for, whereas minor illusion can completely trivialize entire combat areas.
your skull buzz.
no. Had I been there, the Queen would have. I must. Till
Such info.
your
Child.
don't.
Skakek Kia Gith
Boss so nice I beat him twice.
My
Blacketh's demise.
I bring.
Alright, so he's still got the heroism elixir on. He doesn't have his bow anymore. He has his new sword. I'll get 75 XP out of this fight, by the way, that's it.
Time to skulk about.
Resisted the gape. He's him after all. Empathy. Landed the enfeeblement, that's nice. Oh, he tried. Wait, do I have 2 Queneths now? Or did he just somehow get his back? Isel, you okay? I think she's okay. Yeah, I guess he teleported his back to him. Yeah, we already got boss's XP, so no XP for that. But we did get 75 XP from his unnamed raider friend.
With haste.
Even got surprised? Yeah, that's why I let them focus on Lae'zel and
The dog wags his tail.
ended the combat.
Flag
Because
clenched
Lae'zel
in
is
his
forced to
teeth.
participate there.
He gives in and surrenders his find to you.
So I let them just kill her on the first turn. Because the only way they don't is if they somehow crit miss 5 separate attacks. That's the only way Lae'zel survives a turn. Alright, so, now we're gonna go sacrifice Lae'zel to the fish people. We're going cutthroat XP optimization here. We got Cadenas, we got Voss's Raider. Now we're gonna go get max XP from Bawal, and also Bawal's Benediction. And that will get us to level 10. It's only been 9.5 hours. Run's progressing quickly. Sacrifice to Voss and sacrifice to Bawal. Voss had some frustration to vent. He had some shit on his mind.
A private word would be nice.
The traitor is dead. I have honored the 10,000.
The Undying Queen is
It is.
Oh yeah, I never brought Lae'zel to Arash. Just enough, a little bit of money. Don't care. She's gonna be sacrificed to Blackheath anyway, it's just happening earlier. Yeah. 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 You're not wrong. Come on, Lae'zel. Hello.
away.
You!
You wouldn't dare betray a child of Gith on the whims of this web-toed wonder.
Web-toed Wonder was my nickname. No, it wasn't. No, I'm fine. Yeah, take Lae'zel. Okay. I think she's okay. Oh, level 10. Arcane Arrow. We should have 10 Arcane Arrows now. And we pick up another Arcane Shot here. Seeking Arrow has bonus Force. But it's not an attack roll. Shadow Arrow. We want that. Beguiling Arrow is interesting. Can apply Charmed. And that does seem pretty cool, especially on a Wisdom save. Like, we shoot someone with it, and then they're just not gonna attack us on their turn. Between Shadow Arrow and Beguiling. You know, Beguiling sounds fun. We'll do that. We'll do that. So Cupid of you. Yeah. Big lady, just shooting her Riz arrow. Yeah, look at that. 10 arcane arrows. Recharge on short rest. So we have double the resources a Battle Master does. Double.
Welcome back.
And also, each of our clicks actually good.
Good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
We've also reached the point where I can start going around and grabbing the remainder of the exploration XP spots. Start prepping for Act 3. Or start prepping for Act 2 finale, excuse me. Arcane Archer being more reliable Battlemaster, maybe. Battlemaster wishes it was Arcane Archer. Arcane Archer is actually fucking sick. Like, it's good. There's even interactions that I just have not been doing that I could have. Like the one we stumbled into while fighting Wargaz, just clicking Piercing Arrow while in a Darkness Cloud. I hate what they did to War Magic. It didn't look good, Trade, in the notes. Is the pre-cantrip and the bonus action opener not on the table anymore? What you cooking? It didn't look good. It's gone, sadly. Okay, so they nerfed Eldritch Knight. Remember to thank the people running around using Booming Blade incorrectly for 2 months. What does he use other than piercing? Blinding? Enfeebling, grasping, bursting, and beguiling. Those are the ones I have, aside from piercing. Oh, yeah, I haven't fought the owlbear yet. Would be an interesting matchup. I was gonna grab Shield of Faith, I just don't feel like bothering. Yeah, let's go fight the owlbear. Cantrip and bonus action attack opener is gone. You still get the condition to start a combat if you use an action refresh. So you are locked into the War Priest charges problem if you use a cantrip right before you open combat as an Eldritch Knight. Just moves your extra attack to your bonus action instead of your main actions. Cool, so they nerfed one of the stronger features of Eldritch Knight. Because the people claiming it wasn't viable couldn't be bothered to fucking read. Man, I dislike gamers. Alright, adding it to the list of things I want changed. It's patch 8? Yes. Patch 8 has been out since yesterday. April fire. Yeah, she'd be fun here.
Slow down.
Yeah, we'll action surge to change my gloves. So that on this turn I can click heals. Up the gap. What's the next subclass you'll play? Haven't decided. I'm still doing this run. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, those are both frightened. Leave the owlbear cub bug is there. Which bug? Because if you're referring to the cutscene not starting, it's because you killed the mother first and not the mate. Strength drain going. 2 damage. That's rude. Ape. Guess the mate's not gonna attack me now. Dual wheel toggle. Action Refresh Dragon Breath also appears to be gone. Okay, so they went after Action Refreshes, but they didn't get all of them. The Phantasmal Killer gone, Dragon Breath gone. Blight still works. Gotta try Thorn Whip. Ice Storm still works. I think. Pretty sure I used Ice Storm as an action refresh today. Gotta try Thorn Whip. Great Water works. Okay. Yeah, gotta update the action refresh list. Weird shit to change, but alright. I don't want to curving shot that. Max damage on that last one. Oh hey, I got knocked out of attack range.
Looks from a single strike will end. You watch.
Yeah, fuck this war magic change. I hate it. It's real unfortunate. While you're testing that, you mind throwing on one War Cleric and seeing how that works? I know that puts us in, even if that fixes the problem, that puts us in long rest jail, and I fucking hate it. Putting action refresh list in my notes of things to look at eventually. So in the Discord, in the BG3 channel, we do have a list pinned. It's gonna have to be updated now for patch 8 because at least a couple of the things that were on the list are no longer action refreshes in patch 8, it seems. So far, list of things they've nerfed in patch 8. Eldritch Knight, Dragonborn, the Phantasmal Killer spell, remains to be seen if War Priest is actually an upgrade. I doubt it's useful still, but we'll see. Yeah, they nerfed Paladin too. We're still chilling there. Start hitting exploration spots. Oh yeah, I only have 18 strength. I can't jump that high. Nerf. So indirect, but something paladins did to pretend they had spell slots was cast things using free cast and then taking advantage of free cast coming back way more frequently than it's supposed to. Can't do that anymore. That's something you could do on every class, but the ones that cared the most were non-wild heart barbarians and paladin. Because it stopped you from needing to staple other classes on to correct your viability, or having to long rest all the time. Now, I think that the free cast change was good. I think it's good for that to not be what it was. But doesn't change the fact that certain classes are affected disproportionately.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Yeah, I could recruit Gale. He's fine. He's comfy. He's chilling. You look at the Discord? Yeah, exclamation mark Discord. I don't have it on channel page directly anymore because bots. F Gale. I like Gale. Just I don't need to recruit him yet. He's just been in the portal this whole time.
Why don't we just wait a while? I'm sure it's safe.
Got ourselves competition already. That's our ship.
Full of monsters.
Nobody's
50 XP for talking them down.
One day I'll catch a break.
Thank you, Gibblebuck. Everything all right out there?
Gimblebach triggered some trap. He needs help now.
Softer than a whisper. Hope your soul is in good hands.
Boom. Yeah, I think they're okay. Oh, I didn't get the 5 XP from clicking on the door. Run reset.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon. I'll give it a shot. This place wasn't built for the living. Open up.
No peg scrolls? Bad RNG run. I don't think I have any. Oh, okay, I see.
Need any advantage I can get. Armed scribes.
Oh, hell. Something just woke up.
Another day, another fight.
Backlash here is rude. Also, it's still crazy to me that they buffed Knife of the Undermountain King.
That statue. Seems they worshipped some kind of
As if it wasn't an incredibly sought after item already. It's like,
effort to hide one sarcophagus.
you gave it what? I don't know, man. Some of the stuff in this patch has me scratching my head.
Tombs. Through knowledge comes atonement.
But again,
Looks like someone wanted to bury
it's better than patch 7. Someone did mention that this is locked now.
that open.
Someone mentioned in chat yesterday. DC 15. It's annoying. $12 gold. Thanks. Other chest in the corner by the ladder is locked now too. Why? Why do I hear the soul coin sound still? They bugged soul coins. King's my go-to. Underground King's go-to for a lot of people. Minus crit. It's the first universally applicable minus crit source you can have in the game. Because like before that, your options are be a champion, somehow get your hands on a viciousness elixir. Okay. And then in the crush, you have Unseen Menace and Knife of the Undermountain King. But it's you could put it with a shield, you could dual wield it. It's very desirable. Even a good weapon for actually swinging. But now it also just gives you advantage. Fucking all the time. Spell Sniper, yeah, Spell Sniper is another one of those, you know, not universally applicable, but available ones, yes. Now that noise is? Mm-hmm. Poor Priest doesn't appear to do much, yeah. Yeah. I cannot believe that there are reasons to miss patch 7. Magic's the mess now. So they made War Magic as bad as War Priest charges were, is what I'm gathering. Your soul coins never actually bother use those in a fight, and long those actually buff Karlach until long rest. Soul coins give 2 buffs. The first one is that Karlach will get a instance of bonus fire damage on her weapon attacks. As long as she is either raging or under 25% HP. Either condition works. The other buff that soul coins give is that Karlach's unarmed strikes will get an extra 2d4 fire damage, unconditionally. So soul coins are particularly relevant on Monk Karlach, because it's just a big chunk of extra fire damage until long rest. There's like 15 soul coins in the game, so as long as you're even vaguely efficient, it's enough for a whole playthrough.
Some skeletons. I wonder what happened.
They decided to make it trigger extra attack and that fucked it. Have you tried it with Helmet of Grit? Cause I have a really stupid idea. If you did it with 3 bonus actions, could you outlast it?
Damn. Some of these mushrooms are illusions.
And then make the rest of your turn work normally.
Is anything real down here?
What happens is you get the War Magic condition, doesn't apply until the start of combat. So you use an action to start combat. During that, you'll lose your extra attack at the start of combat. Your next attack will use your bonus action. And you'll just have nothing. Is this when starting the combat from turn-based mode, or not? Or does it not matter? Is, you know, the turn-based... Can you try it from non-turn-based? Because the way extra attack works is if you start combat from turn-based, you don't get extra attack on that action. You'll need another action to use it on. So maybe try it from outside of turn-based. Oh yeah, I haven't dealt with the Zents. I can't just go from here to there under Dark Entrance. Save Balin at some point. Doesn't have to be now. Can hit the 2 tier 3s at level 10. Saving the Mountain Pass entrance spot. The Crags fast travel. Pretty hype. 10 out of 10 tab name. Credit to Danny. I cannot lay claim to the name there. But yes, very funny.
Here we go.
Well, the lever's there. The animation here is so cool. It's probably possible to flip that